Thank you. Well, welcome to session 3 of the Elkhart County 4-H Fair Tractor Pull presented by Grand Design. A few people I want to thank before we get started. These guys out here in the orange shirt worked all day yesterday. They've worked all day today. A bunch of volunteers. If it wasn't for them, we couldn't make this thing happen. And especially Dana Bontrager Excavating and Trucking, Devon Miller Quality Excavating and B&S Gravel. Matt Showalter spends a lot of time out here. Eric Kaufman, Ian J. Kaufman Trucking. The John Deere skid loaders have been provided by Westside Tractor in South Bend. Once again, Grand Design, our presenting sponsor. Greenmark John Deere, Plevna Implement, Unzicker Implement, Indiana Donor Network, Jaguar Buildings, Miller Brothers Buildings, More Ride, Burlington Graphics, Runnings, Stutzman Landscaping, Cabri Products, Masco Valley Irrigation, ERS Wireless, and the Judy Farber family. On the inside track, we are going to run Indiana Pulling League's 10 mile an hour, 12,000 pound class first, and then we will move into our 8,500 Too Hot to Farm class, and then finish up with 8,000 pound street stock diesel trucks. Now I'm ready to turn it over to the voice of Hot Shot Secrets Pulling League, Dan Mayer.
Well, thank you very much, Fred. Glad to be back here. Session number 3 here tonight as we move along here for more great classes we see here with the Hot Shot Secrets Pro Pulling League here tonight. We're going to start things off with the lightweight super stock tractors. We'll move on into the wild and woolly mini rod tractors. We'll have the pro stocks, and we will finish out the evening with the wheel standing 2-wheel drives. Will be the 4 classes we'll be seeing here over on the grandstand side here tonight. So just about ready to get things rolling here this afternoon for session number 3. Looks like we've got that decision maker sled back to the starting line, and we will get things rolling here in just a couple minutes. Of course, an earlier start time here tonight, kind of moving things up here from our 6 o'clock start time. So everybody kind of scurrying around down there, getting everything ready to go. And once we have that all set, we'll be underway here tonight.
First tractor down the track is Charles Shade with White Stripe International 1066. Charles's distance was 2:87:07. And they're checking to see, it looks like we got the thumbs up. He's going to take that pull. This 10 mile an hour class, they're allowed any size tires, any size engine, 3,000 RPM limit, and a maximum of 10 mile an hour. Other than that, you can pretty well run what you brung as long as you go with 10 mile an hour or 3,000 RPM. Richard here, the president of IPL, said there's got to be a little bit of safety equipment involved in that also, so I probably missed the important details. Next up on this side is going to be Todd Streffling on a 1066 International. looks like Matt Moore was subbing in for Todd Streffling on Todd's tracker. And Matt's distance was 2:72.06 with a speed of 9.4 mile an hour. Next up, we're going to have Austin Starner from Edwardsburg on a D21 Alice Chalmers.
All right, fans, looks like we're about ready to go here with our ARP 6,300-pound lightweight super stock tractors. Now, 6,300 pounds will be the maximum weight of these tractors, 505 cubic inches. They'll run up to 4 turbochargers through those 30.5 rear tires. As Dale Hogg going to get us started here, the Big Temptation out of Centralia, Kansas. 2 cases on this team as Dale will be up number 1 here. Currently sitting number 3 in the Hot Shot Secrets Pro Pulling League points for 2025. 2 wins on the season, one in Jerseyville, another one in Mound City, Missouri. So going to be our test puller here. We'll have the option to take her turn down this run. Looks like we got a field of 5 here in our lightweight super stock class. These tractors just ran a couple days ago up in Jerseyville, Illinois.
Austin's distance was 287.87 at 9.7 mile an hour.
All right, fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Dale Hogg with the Big Temptation. Now, I said just a little bit ago Jerseyville, Illinois, but actually they're up in Freeport, Illinois a couple days ago. As that will be our test puller, our lightweight super stock class. And he will again have that option, whether he can take or turn down that run. Now we give him that option. He hasn't seen anybody else go down the track, so we will see here what our number 3 tractor in the points will decide to do. As we got a distance here of 257 and 78. 257 and 78. Number 1 hook in our lightweight class. So we will see what our officials have decided down there, whether we'll keep that sled setting or change things up here. Once again, got a field of 5 of the lightweight super stock tractors. Mike Novinger will be up next here with the Little Dominator. And Elmer Hogg with his Little Temptation will be the next 2 tractors up here in our lightweight class. Now, order of run over on the grandstand side here tonight. We'll have the lightweight supers. Up number 2 will be the mini rod tractors. Number 3 class will be the pro stock. So we'll finish out with the super modified 2-wheel drives. And word from trackside is that Dale is going to take that run at 257 and 78 to get us started here tonight.
Next up in the 10 mile an hour class is Mark Jarvis on a case 1370 from Mendon, Michigan.
All right, fans, so one of two John Deeres we got in this lightweight class is Mike Novinger out of Shelbyville, Missouri, will make his way to the starting line. Tractor he calls the Little Dominator. Mike there out of northern Missouri, John Deere 7280R, currently sitting number 4 here in the points on the PPL circuit. He's also got a big Alki Super. Hasn't had that out quite here in 2025 a whole lot. Also has his Massey sitting back in the shop. Hasn't had that out in a couple of years. But brought out the lightweight tractor here this weekend here to Goshen. Fans, wild ride right there for Mike Novinger. Really not getting a hold of the track. We saw that tractor kind of one wheel out there. It brought it back around, just not getting the power to the ground. Fans, tough luck. Round of applause there for Mike Novinger. Shelbyville, Missouri with a Little Dominator. He is going to come up way short here. Dale Hogg, our leader, at 257 and 78. 257 and 78.
Mark Jarvis's distance was 274.73 at 8.6 mile an hour.
All right, fans, so pull distance there for Mike Novinger, 199 and 37. 199 and 37. Definitely not the run that Mike was looking for here tonight with that John Deere. As we'll go back here, Elmer Hogg with the second of the Hogg tractors out of Centralia, Kansas. Case 2294, our current national points leader here in the lightweight class. Elmer brings out the case. He'll be followed by Mark Filiatro with the Burning Daylight Ford, and then Scott Whitworth, our final tractor in the class, the John Deere, called the Nano Yield. Sponsorship on the side of that tractor.
Okay, so a few of those rules I was talking about in the 10 mile an hour class, one of them's 3,000 RPM, and Mark Jarvis on his case 1370 at 3,021. So that's cause for disqualification. Up next, we got Todd Streffling on a 966.
Today, ARP's product line contains thousands of part numbers and expanded to virtually include every fastener found in an engine and driveline and throughout the suspension and frame. These range from high-quality, high-performance OEM replacement parts to exotic specialty hardware for Formula One, IndyCar, and NHRA drag racing and marine applications. For more information, go to arpbolts.com. Once again, ARP, proud sponsor here of Lightweight Super Stocks 2025.
Todd's distance was 292.34, but another one of those rules we were talking about, 10 mile an hour, he was 10.1 mile an hour. So that's cause for disqualification.
All right, fans. So back to the start line we go. Elmer Hogg, current points leader here on the PPL circuit, brought to you by Hot Shot Secrets. Going to move that sled over here to the left-hand sideline. We will see now the Little Temptation. So owns and operates Elmer's Repair out there in Centralia, Kansas. Big case, a lot of case parts out there. So right now, 257.78 fans is the mark to beat. Lightweight super stocks. Sundale Hogg leading the way with the Big Temptation. It's time for the Little Temptation case. Let's see if Elmer get her hooked up here tonight. Once again, case 2294 on the start line. 6,300-pound lightweight super stocks. Elmer really got after it on the start line there, and we will see. Looks like going to be a little bit short of that 250 mark out there. We'll officially get the distance in here from the Laser team. Laser set up at the end of the track over on that dirt pile down there. They'll shoot that laser off the sled at the starting line as well as at the finish line. You fans will notice at the top of that sled, you'll see that yellow prism up on top. That's what they shoot off of.
On a 10-mile-an-hour side, we've got Brandon Clam from Niles, Michigan on a 10.66. Brandon's distance was 262.08, 9.1 mile an hour.
All right, fans, over on the lightweight side, distance for Elmer Hogg with the Little Temptation was 235.23, 235 and 23. And he's going to need a tow off the track here tonight, fans. So the Little Temptation, number 2 spot. Let's give him a nice round of applause here. Heads back to Centralia, Kansas. As Mark Filiatro up next here with the Burning Daylight Ford out of Cox's Creek, Kentucky, just south of Louisville area. And then we'll have Scott Whitworth with the Nano Yield John Deere out of Worthington, Missouri, our final hook here in the lightweight class. Once again, fans, live streaming and or recording of Pro Bowling League events is prohibited. Live events may not be broadcast, transmitted, reproduced, otherwise distributed, or used in any form without the express written consent of the Pro Bowling League. So working our way through this lightweight super stock class is the Ford out of Kentucky. He'll be up next here. Mark Filiatro, currently number 7 in the PPL points, and then Scott Whitworth, our final tractor. Saw Scott pick up a big win in our unlimited class yesterday, but unfortunately had some damage in the engine this afternoon and just bumped the sled with the big one. So he is going to be ready to go with the light one for sure here tonight.
On the 10-mile-an-hour side, we've got Jim Hess from Goshen on a case 1030.
All right, once again over on light side, Burning Daylight and Mark Filiatro. Alcohol-powered Ford entry. All right, Burning Daylight, and that's exactly what's going on right there. Just quit on him down there. We'll see. John Mears will check on him there, and whether or not he'll get another attempt here. Each and every competitor has 2 shots at it. Of course, didn't make it past that 100-foot mark. So nothing too serious. We'll go back at it here with the Burning Daylight entry. Does have one more attempt. Unfortunately, fans, that looks like that's going to be it for Burning Daylight here tonight. Mark Filiatro, as he threw his hands up down there, not going to get off the start line. A tough break. Fans, let's give him a tough luck round of applause here. As we'll officially get the distance in here at 5.79. So 5 feet 79. So 5 and 79 here for the Burning Daylight. Temptation, our leader, 257.78, has led the way since the get-go here. And Elmer sits in the number 2 spot at 235 and 23.
Coming down the track on the 10-mile-an-hour side, Al Nienhuis on 1066 over budget. Al's distance was 284.99 and 9.09.
All right, fans, well, he's got his helmet off. Let's give him a tough luck round of applause here. Mark Filiatro, as he'll head back to the state of Kentucky. The Burning Daylight entry after his run of 5.79 here tonight. Can Ford 79.10, but unfortunately just not able to get her up and going here tonight. So Scott Whitworth will be our final tractor lightweight super stocks before we move on to our mini rod competition. Good field of minis here tonight. I do believe right around a dozen. Yeah, right on the button. 12 of the minis here tonight, putting on a show for you. But we've got the John Deere yet to run here. Yes, Scott Whitworth will bring the Nano Yield John Deere to the starting line. Tractor the Whitworths are campaigning for the first time here in 2025. Currently sitting number 5 in the national points with this tractor.
Eric Schrader on his Ford 8000 from Albion, Indiana. .284.29 and 8.8 mile an hour.
All right, here we go. Track is clear. Final tractor, lightweight supers. What do you think, John Deere fans? Can he do it? Oh, well, just about to that 250-foot mark for Scott Whitworth here tonight. We will wait officially on the measurement. 257.78, the mark to beat here in lightweight super. And not going to do it. Going to split the hogs here tonight, though. 242.23. 242.23 officially will be the distance here for Scott. As that will conclude our lightweight super stock class, fans, as once again Dale Hogg going to be a winner here in 2025 for the third time, as we'll pick up the win here tonight. A great run of 257.78, finishing up number 2 with Scott Whitworth with the Nano Yield John Deere, and then rounding out our top 3 here tonight was Elmer Hogg with the Little Temptation at 235 and 23. Fans, let's give all our lightweight super stock competitors a nice round of applause, as that will conclude the light class here tonight and move on to the mini rod class. They'll be up next. All right, fans, so Dale Hogg will collect career win number 7 in the lightweight super stock class here on the PPL circuit. So congratulations to Dale. As we'll switch out our sleds here and get ready for the mini rods. They'll be up next.
That was Joe Moore on a 966 International. 289.65 and 9.3 mile an hour.
And just a reminder, fans, make sure you do check out the official Hot Shot Secrets Pro Bowling League novelty stand, located just outside the main grandstand over there off of turn number 4 of the racetrack. All kinds of hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts available over there, as well as earplugs. And I say earplugs because we got the mini rods coming up next. We'll have the mini rods as well as the two-wheelers, the noisemakers here tonight. You do not have ear protection for the little ones. Make sure you do get some because it is going to get loud here in just a little bit. We do have them available at the novelty stand. So check out, grab yourself a nice souvenir to take home here from the 2025 Elkhart County Fair Tractor and Truck Bull.
Next up in the 10-mile-an-hour class, we've got Vic Wolford on Spare Time 2 from Zeeland, Michigan. Vic's distance was 282.51 and 8.6 mile an hour.
All right, fans, so just about ready to get things rolling here with the high horsepower 2,050-pound mini rod tractors here tonight. How many fans out there have seen the mini rods before? Yeah, good class. We got a good field of them, 12 of them here tonight. Yes, ready to put on a show for you. Of course, 2,050 pounds maximum weight of these tractors. Only motorsport where weight is an advantage. That's tractor and truck pulling. 575 cubic inches what they're allowed here in the mini class. Right about 3,000 horsepower they're making out of these mini tractors. It is going to be a show here as we've got, take a look at our points. Show No Mercy quarter scale tractor driven by Tyler Slaw, our current points leader. Tyler sits number 2 in his own tractor, the Have No Mercy, driving his dad Bruce's tractor here early on in 2025. So Bruce having a pretty severe snowmobile accident during the winter months and hasn't quite got ready to get back behind the wheel. So Tyler's been wheeling both of those tractors. Number 3 spot in the points belongs to Jeremy Nelson. That is the Category 1 tractor owned by Peter Norton. Number 4 spot, we have got Jordan Nelson with the North American Trailer, one of Brett Berg's tractors.
That was Dean Cunningham on his Ford TW. 10 from Winchester, Indiana, going 281.33 at 8.4 mile an hour.
All right, fans, are going to make our way to South Central Indiana. Peter Norton out of Franklin, just south of Indianapolis, with the Little Hurricane. Now, this is a new, I would say, venture for Peter Norton in 2025. A guy that over the years has driven super farm tractors, driven pro stock tractors, now behind the wheel of a mini rod tractor. He'll be our test puller. He calls this tractor the Little Hurricane. Of course, Peter runs a big trucking operation out there in Franklin, Indiana, right on Hurricane Road. So hence the name, the Hurricane. All his vehicles over the years, the John Deere's he's run, always been affiliated with some kind of Hurricane. So Peter Norton going to get things started, our 2,050-pound mini rod class. He'll be followed by Jordan Nelson. Tanner Nelson will follow. Test hook here in the minis. The Little Hurricane. All right, so Peter Norton kind of tiptoeing his way down through there as our test puller, and we will see here officially what the distance comes in here at 225.61, 225 and 61. So once again, distance of 225 and 61 for Peter Norton here tonight with that Little Hurricane. Fans, let's give a nice round of applause here out of Franklin, Indiana. And we see our finish line flag lady, Jackie Comment. She's going to go and talk it over here with Logan in the sled, whether or not we're going to keep that sled setting. So Jackie out of Pennsylvania will be working the end of the track down at the starting line area. We've got Mike Etzkorn here tonight.
That was Charles Shade on his 1066 Black Stripe. 286.58 and 9.5 mile an hour.
All right, full distance 225.61, and Peter has decided he's going to drop that hook. So he is going to drop to last in the class. So that is his option as test puller. So we're going to drop that run of 225 and 61. So that means Jordan Nelson up next here. The North American trailer entry out of Altamont, Illinois will be our first official distance. He'll be followed by Tanner Nelson with the half past midnight, and Jordan Nelson will come on back here with the cash cow.
£8,500 Too Hot Farm. We have 3 tractors left in the 10 mile an hour class. Sorry, man. Next up on the 10 mile an hour side, we've got AL Cleanhouse on the John Deere 4440 phase.
Hot Shot Secret is giving away free samples. Go ahead and
tough running out here for the Lighthouse tonight. You still ended up on top, though. What did it take to get to the top end?
It was luck. I mean, that's all it is. With a track like this, with a track like this, we started on the far right. Probably could have been a little bit, probably farther to the right, but I should have ran right under line. Got under the center of the track, and in the center of the track, like a drag car, loaded like a drag butt into the tractor, come up, and the tractor came up another 50 foot, and that's all she rode. But that's all she rode.
The good thing is, though, is that when the numbers go in your books, it'll be 50 points that go in for you guys, and that's the most important.
Yes, we're running for points like we have running for points numerous years in the past. Coming in tonight, the tractors were tied, so we're happy with that. One tractor got in between us, We're still pleased. They drove off the track, and we're off the track, having a wrench on them.
And that's the best part. Congratulations, Junior. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Woo! Woo!
Fans, so we hear the North American trailer. Machine firing up down there. Jordan Nelson, Altamont, Illinois. As he'll make his way to the start line, Jordan's going to be doing double duty here tonight by the luck of the draw. And will pick position 1 and 3 here in the class.
Fixed distance 297.99, 9.4 mile an hour. That's going to put him into the lead.
All right, here we go, fans. Restart. Mini rod side. Jordan Nelson, a North American trailer entry. He'll be the new test puller. They're going to check out that sled setting. Let's see what we got. All right, fans, so once again, tiptoeing his way down through there. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Jordan Nelson. And that North American trailer sponsored entry. Fans, so let's see here what the distance 283 and 93, 283 and 93 for Jordan as he'll head back towards the start line. That's the gentleman all suited up down there walking his way back towards the start line. So 283 and 93 for Jordan. Looks like going to take that run, so he'll head back to the start line, get ready to go with his second entry. So 283 and 93 will set the mark here in our mini rod class tonight. Tanner Nelson out of Sidney, Illinois. Our next puller up here at half past midnight. And like I said earlier, by the luck of the draw, Nelson is a 1, 2, and 3 right in a row here. Start of our mini class.
That was Matthew Moore on the 1206 named Bob from Three Oaks, Michigan. He went 281.57 at 8.8 mile an hour. Our winner will be Mick Wolford on Spare Time. Second place will be Joe Moore on the 966 at 289.65. And third place will be Austin Starner at D21 at 287.87.
Fans, so back to the starting line here on the mini side. Half past midnight. Going to be Tanner Nelson out of Sidney, Illinois. Tanner just taking over the wheel of this tractor. Over in Farley, Iowa, the big 50,000 to win event out there. And has driven this tractor ever since. They call it half past midnight. It's a venture between brothers Jeremy and Jared Nelson. Tanner just started driving late last year, two-wheel drive class, and they stuck him in the mini here early on. 2025. Let's see what he's got for us here this afternoon. 283.93, the mark to beat here in our mini rod class. Oh, yeah, how about that, fans? Look at that young man go. He was rolling here tonight, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause. Your new leader.
Inside track, we now have Doug Weiser on the IX 706.
All right, fans, we have to make this announcement, but we're going to need everybody out of the grandstands, please. Everybody out of the grandstands. There is lightning in the area. They say it's going to be real quick. So we just need everybody to evacuate the grandstands real quick. And we'll let this pass through, and I should be able to go right back up here as soon as it makes its way through. But they're telling us it's going to be real quick. So head on out. We appreciate everybody moving quickly.
Did you know that today's diesel fuel lacks lubricity and can cause problems with your fuel system? EDT helps increase lubricity to a safe level while also including a cetane booster, fuel system cleaner, water demulsifier, fuel stabilizer, and lastly, a rust and corrosion inhibitor. So you're getting 6-in-1 benefits while also reducing the wear on your fuel system components. Using Hot Shot Secret at every fill-up is a simple way to reduce your operating costs and keep your diesel running for the long haul.
Get ready, Hillsboro. It's the event of the summer, the Hillsboro Charity Tractor Pull, August 8th and 9th. 3 thrilling sessions over 2 days with 8 Pro Pulling League classes. Horsepower, dirt flying, and fun for the whole family. Tickets are just $25 and kids 10 and under get it free. Feel the power. Support a cause. Don't miss the Hillsboro Charity Tractor Pull, August 8th and 9th.
Pro Pulling League very excited to have Hot Shot Secret on board as the title sponsor this year. Matt Steinman's here on the grounds with us. Now, what makes the partnership between PPL and Hot Shots so ideal?
Yeah, so we've been doing a lot of motorsports over the years, and it's time to expand a little farther out west here and hit some more different competitors on the track and see where it goes.
Okay, so when I hear Hot Shot Secret, I think that this is like some kind of secret special formula that's not available to the everyday person, but that's not the case.
No, that's not the case at all. We actually started out as everyday consumer products for vehicles going up and down the road. And so the other thing is we're powered by science, so everything is lab tested and formulated in our office in Mount Gate, Ohio.
So let's talk about the OG, the original product, the Stiction Eliminator over here.
Yeah, so we started out in '97 with a Stiction Eliminator, originally for the Huey injectors of the Power Stroke engines, and it's actually grown from just fixing those problems to any diesel or gas vehicle to help take the carbon out, and it has our FR3 nanotechnology in there to help protect any bearings and wear in your engine.
Perfect. And now what about someone like me? I'm a diesel gal, so what can I use to enhance the productivity in my vehicle?
Yeah, so we got a couple different diesel products, but our everyday diesel treatment is a 6-in-1 formulation, takes today's diesel fuel and makes it premium fuel again. So we add lubricity back into the fuel, a cetane to help burn more efficiently, water demulsifier, a fuel stabilizer, a rust and corrosion prohibitor, and also an injector cleaner. So we keep injectors happy and the fuel system happy. We have that in our summer blend or everyday, and then we do a every winter defense blend. So the 7th component of anti-gelling to protect you from any gelling in the winter.
And I see you've also got a gas product over here too.
Yeah, so we also do a gas extreme, good for running any gas vehicle or gas engine. We recommend doing that every 6,000 to 10,000 miles, and you should be seeing a mile per gallon gain again once you run that through your system.
So if it's a high-performance product or it's for your daily driver, you can see why this partnership works so well. Hot Shot Secret has you covered.
Like a seed planted in Ohio soil, Michael Connie knew that success takes time. It requires grit, hard work, and persistence. What began in a one-bay garage grew to revolutionize America's trailer industry. Today, Mac Trailer is a full-scale enterprise with 13 facilities and over 135 dealers across the nation. Mac Trailer supports you with a team of experts in the heart of a small-town hero. Start your legacy with Mac Trailer.
Hot Shot Secret, the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Shot Secret, powered by science.
On back roads, and drag strips, farm fields, and the interstate. There's a movement growing. A movement of hardworking men and women that trust Hot Shot Secret to take care of their vehicles. It's the fastest growing diesel additive brand, but you don't have to take our word for it. Take theirs. Lab formulated, dyno tested, track proven. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Like a seed planted in Ohio soil, Michael Connie knew that success takes time. It requires grit, hard work, and persistence. What began in a one-bay garage grew to revolutionize America's trailer industry. Today, Mac Trailer is a full-scale enterprise with 13 facilities and over 135 dealers across the nation. Mac Trailer supports you with a team of experts in the heart of a small-town hero. Start your legacy with Mac Trailer.
Efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Also going along with everything, we have a few sponsors that we would really, really like to thank, because without their help, their equipment, their time, their people, we could not put this pool on. Dana Bontrager, Trucking and Excavating. Devon Miller, Quality Excavating and B&S Gravel. Ian J. Kaufman, Trucking. Matt Showalter, West Side Tractor Sales, John Deere Construction Equipment. These are people that provide endless hours and time and people to help get the track ready, to move machinery around, move bleachers, move people, move signs. Without these people, we definitely could not put this pool on for you.
Thank you very much, Corky fans. Welcome back here. Session number 2 here for the Hot Shot Secrets Pro Pulling League. Session number 2 here. We're just about ready to get things rolling. Great opening ceremonies. Once again, we'd like to thank all the fine sponsors helping out here for the 152nd annual Elkhart County 4-H Fair, as we are just about ready to get rolling here. Super stocks, unlimited super stocks on the start line here. 8,000 pound class. 650 cubic inches up to 4 turbochargers, fans. We're looking at approximately around 45 to 5,000 horsepower here this afternoon. All right, you fans ready to go tractor pulling this afternoon? Let's hear ya. All right, Jeff Odom, Delroy, Ohio, going to be our test puller. Unlimited super stock. He calls it fully loaded. Here we go. fans, that's a run he was looking for last night. Didn't happen for him, but he is on the ball here tonight. Let's give a nice round of applause there, Jeff Hodem, a three-time champion here with the PPL circuit. And we will have to see, boy, he's way out there. I'm going to have to imagine now we may have a change on the sled, but we'll let you know.
On the inside track, we have Lee Snyder down there 60-30.
All right, and so over on the unlimited superstock track, we got a distance of 361.14. Let's give a nice round of applause, Jeff Hodem. And we will see whether or not our officials will accept that distance or we'll change the sled a little bit. We will let you know, keep you up to date here.
On the inside track, Lee Snyder's total is 268.24. 268.24. Coming up next will be Scott Richard on IH 5288.
All right, fans, so over on the unlimited superstock track, they say we are going to leave the sled set. So 361.14 will be the mark to shoot for here. On our unlimited superstock class here this afternoon, we take a look at the running order. Bob Gansberg will be up number 2 here. Case International Warrior Tractor out of Indiana will be Mark Vinegar, and he will be up number 3 spot, and then we'll have the take care of business of Aaron Hall from Omaha, Wisconsin with his John Deere. Will be our next 3 tractors coming up on the unlimited superstock side. Now, we did run these tractors last night. We're going to run 5 classes this afternoon. 4 of these classes you saw running competition last night. We added the super farms here this afternoon to run as well. Now, by a show of hands, how many fans were here last night? All right, good crowd. Happy to have everybody back. We got 2 sessions here today. One this afternoon. We'll go again at 6 o'clock as well. So, no doubt, we'll have double track action. We'll run the Pro Bowling League over on the grandstand side, and we'll run all the farm stock with that action over here on the infield track here all afternoon long. So officials are going to go with our sled setting 361.14. You'll notice that lead distance marker way down at the end of the track, as that will signify our distance to beat in that particular class. So it looks like we've got 9 unlimited super stocks making the call here this afternoon.
Coming up now will be Scott Bridger. All in the end. Next up will be Greg Mass on a John Deere 4555. The magic number everyone wants to beat is 312.7. So he's going after 312.7.
All right, over on the unlimited superstock side, our second John Deere making its way to the start line here, the Run Deere out of Platteville, Wisconsin. It's down there in the southwestern corner of the Badger State. Bob Gansberg, a longtime puller. First of 2 tractors they'll have in the competition here today.
Little bit of problems there. 131.31. 131.31.
All right, fans, so Bob Gansberg, the Run Deere, number 2 hook here in the unlimited super stock class here this afternoon. Last night, his tractor finished up in the number 2 spot. Like like to improve on that. Right now, the mark to be 361.14. Just like that, you see the distance kind of fall back just a little bit here as Bob Gansberg, the run deer out of Wisconsin, going to fall way short of that number one spot here. Jeff Odom, boy, what a big run. As first in the class here this afternoon. Wow, 361.14. And looks like we're going to be way short of that here with our second tractor. Yeah, 289.25. 289.25. So fans, as we take a look at the lineup here, Mark Bittiger going to be a scratch this afternoon with the Warrior. That was the only red one we had in the Unlimited Superstock class. Unfortunately, damage for him last night, going to not be able to make it here this afternoon. Finished up number 5, but they found some damage with the tractor and not going to be able to run here this afternoon. So we will scratch him for this afternoon. So we'll be down to 8 tractors here in the Unlimited Superstock class. So that'll be that Aaron Hall will leapfrog here into that number 3 spot, but taking care of business out of Omaha, Wisconsin. St. Nelham Haley with the run deer number 2. Now that's the teammate. We just saw the run deer out there right now, Bob Gansberg. And no doubt something not right with that tractor is 289.25 distance there, way short of that 360 that we just saw Jeff Odom lay down over on the grandstand side. We'll go back over to the grandstand side. Of course, we'd like to introduce our Hot Shot Secrets Postal League officials this afternoon. Working the starting line here today will be Mike Escort out of the state of Ohio. Down at the finish line, and working that finish line will be Jackie Kmetz out of Pennsylvania. And then, of course, our event directors, John Mears and Christy Asher. They'll be pretty much throughout the pulling course throughout the afternoon. So those will be our officials overseeing all the action you're seeing here today. Our sled operator going to be Logan Thomas out of Silcope, North Carolina, piloting that decision maker sleds out there in western Pennsylvania, owned by Richard Love and Group. So one of the decision makers on hand here this afternoon. So back to the action here as Aaron Hall taking care of business upon Wisconsin TCOB at John Deere 9200. So far it's been John Deere 1, 2, and 3 right now. By the luck of the draw, all these competitors will draw a number when they register for their particular class. Lowest number goes first, so on and so forth. So last week's winner over in Henry, Illinois, Marshall Putnam Fair, this tractor, they put it all together. Got that big first victory of the summer. Right now, they got to go better than 361.14. Big distance, Jeff Odom, our current leader. good run. Fans, let's give a nice round of applause there for Aaron Hall. Great run started over on the right-hand side of the track. Now each and every competitor will have that option where they put that sled. You'll notice the orange cone sitting down the start line. You move it anywhere you want between those white lines. Of course, that starting line area will tear up throughout the afternoon session.
On the inside track, we have Cole Brenneman on a 4840, which happens to be the same tractor that's holding down the number 1 spot at 312.7.
Each sample treats 100 gallons of diesel fuel and is guaranteed to increase horsepower, improve fuel economy, and increase your fuel simplicity. For the extra protection, head to Hot Shot Secret booth and get your free sample before they run out. Plus, all products are 30% off at this event. Now, fans, the Hot Shot Secrets tent is located at the starting line and over on the infield side. So you see the green tent over there. Make sure you do head on over there, get your free sample. And once again, all products are 30% off.
On the inside track, Dan Brenneman of 312.70 was the first spot. Number 2 was Cole. Same track, followed by Ethan Crow at 45.5. East Mayer, 60.30. And Phil Carter on his IA 7140. Farm field stock. Get to the starting line. They're waiting on you. Once again, 18,000. They're waiting on you. If you're not there, we'll just shut her down.
All right, Zane Daly, run deer number 2 out of the state of Iowa, currently sitting number 3 in the point standings. You're on the Hot Shot Secrets PPL circuit for 2025. Still in the 2023 NTGA Grand National Champion. Running here on the PPL circuit here for 2025. Right now, Team A 289.25. That was Bob Gansper with run deer number 1. So no doubt Zane would like to definitely improve on that. Now he's going to park that sled up there on that right-hand side once again, just like we saw Aaron Hall. That's going to be the hot setup here this afternoon when we're working with that sun out on the track. So the run deer 2 out of Iowa. Kind of drove it down towards the middle part of the track there, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause here for Zane Daly. The run deer number 2. Yeah, looks like going to be awful close maybe to that number 2 spot out there, 337.42. Down there. Got in that middle part of the track, started on the right side, and it kind of not Fans, 306.01 will be the distance. And that will put Zane in that number 3 spot. So Mike Franklin with the original judge. That's Massey Ferguson. Be up next, and then we got another John Deere right back house. And Scott Milgram, our current national points leader with his John Deere, will be in our order here this afternoon. Curious about the run order this afternoon. Of course, in the limited super stock class right now, Super Farms will be our second class here of the afternoon. Then we'll move on into the super modified tractors. Will be class number 3. Hot rod semis will run number 4, and we'll finish out the afternoon on the grandstand side with those super stock diesel truck 4-wheel drives. Will be class number 5. So 303.62,
we have Joshua, and I believe it's Guggenauer on his IH 5288. He's going to try and top the 260.49, so we'll see what happens.
So the second of the all motorsports tractors up next year, Brett Backhouse on Wisconsin. Out of time entry, John Deere 8210. Go back up to the top side of the track here with the super stock. So Aaron Hall with 337.42 with their team tractor, currently sits in the number 2 spot. And Aaron will be at the bottom of the field piloting the Minneapolis Bowling this afternoon. That will be by the look of they're on the last tractor in the class.
On the inside track, we should have Sean Engel on his John Deere 4430. This is one of the older tractors in this class. It was one of the first tractors to come out with a 466 engine, so there we go.
All right, we see everybody kind of back there around the hitch area. We see our starting high flag and Mike Escort heading back to the start line. So trying to get Brett Backhouse all hooked up down there. Hook up the primary chain, secondary chain, as well as the kill switch. Tractor will become unhooked for the sled. The kill switch will be pulled to the electronic ignition on these tractors. So 3 left to go with the super stock side. So class brought to you here in 2025 by Big St. Charles Motorsports, presenting sponsor here for the limited super stock tractors. Looks like the John Deere has come back to life. We hear the rumble, the growl down there. And Brett looks like he's ready to go down there. And the slack out of the chain. No turn starts to pull it. Must start with a tight hitch. See that tractor John Deere's down there to make sure it's nice and tight. And we are ready to go. Green flags are out. On a good pass right there, fans, and then we just started to hear it kind of go away for him down there. Let's give a nice round of applause, fans. Wisconsin, Wisconsin, and Brett Backhouse and John Deere 8210. Let's get everybody tasting Jeff Owen. Fully loaded John Deere 361.14. Aaron Hall sits in the number 2 spot. Taking care of business John Deere 337.42. And rounding out our top 3 currently, St. Daly, John Deere number 2 at 306.01. So just 2 left to go here. Limited super stock class. Transition on over to the Super Farm tractors.
Inside track should be Troy Clark from the John Deere 6030, hooking up next. Everybody's trying to go after Mark Kaufman's 260.49. And is really the forefronter in this class.
And fans, just a reminder, live streaming and recording of Pro Bowling League events is prohibited. Live events may not be broadcast, transmitted, reproduced, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the Pro Bowling League. So fans, national points leader bringing out on the track right now by a utility vehicle, as this is going to be Scott Whitworth out of Worthington, Missouri, and the field forwards entry. Scott, big win last night in the class, looking to repeat here this afternoon, as he will fire up that John Deere. Goes back up to the top side of the track. Now, last night when he made his run, he had the most ground speed, the most wheel speed that we have seen in any of the limited super stock tractors of the night. Let's see if he can do it again. Of course, he's got one heck of a distance to shoot for here, 361.14. Now, on the season, Scott's got 3 victories, including last night's big win. Fans, so officially the distance for Scott Whitworth, our current points leader, 1.12. So 1.12 will go down in the record book there for him. Of course, when you get down to the end of the season, start adding up points. Just bump the sled there, making a run out there. Get to the last place points down here. Those points do add up there to that championship. So we will see how it will shake out here. 1 to go. Aaron Hall, Minneapolis Bowling. G1000 will have the final run of the afternoon, and actually it looks like maybe Craig Peterson. Yeah, Craig Peterson going to be doing the driving here this afternoon. We see that red driver suit out there, and of course Aaron Hall himself is walking out on the track, so he is not doing the driving. So back in the Minneapolis Bowling G1000 on Wisconsin here, Craig, out of Zion, Illinois. Of course, you go back to the early days of this mini bowl, back to late 80s, early 90s. Craig and his partner Lyle Hall outside and underneath inline 6-cylinder Minneapolis Moline.
On the inside track should be Leon Schlock. Backing up to his 18,006 mile an hour. And his John Deere 4620.
Craig Peterson dancing that white line down the right side. Fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Doing the tap dance on the break there. Of course, you touch that white line, you will be disqualified, so have to keep it off the line.
Like a seed planted in Ohio soil, Michael Connie knew that success takes time. It requires grit, hard work, and persistence. What began in a one-bay garage grew to revolutionize America's trailer industry. Today, Mac Trailer is a full-scale enterprise with 13 facilities and over 135 dealers across the nation. Mac Trailer supports you with a team of experts in the heart of a small-town hero. Start your legacy with Mac Trailer.
Hot Shot Secret, the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. we save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
On back roads and drag strips, farm fields,
Inside track should be Ron Cripe, I believe. He's down here 50-20. Under the 260.49. A very good track for this. Made a very wise decision to keep in the distance, and so far is the leader.
A little bit of a breakthrough moment here, Jeff. I know you've been really hunting and searching for this win today, and glad that you could pick it up here at Goshen.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a struggle all year. We've done a couple times in Joliet and in Henry, Illinois. We've lost about a little over a foot and then a little less than a foot, and today we were actually able to pull off a win. So it's our first national win for the 2025 season. Happy to have it here at Goshen, Indiana, at the Elkhart County Fair. It's been a great time.
Yeah, it was also with a little bit of authority, too, so your hot rod's running good.
Yes, it was. We made a couple changes from last night. Last night we didn't fare so well, but made up for it tonight, and we went down the track pretty successfully.
Yeah, this great team has really put together a good program this year.
I got to thank my crew standing behind me. Without these guys and all their help this week, it's been awesome. And I got to thank my sponsors, Breck Bueller Scales, B-Tech Scales, Tonka Services, and Mr. Trailer Sales. Without those guys helping us get here and get everything and have everything right for us, we wouldn't be where we are today.
228.08. 228.08 in a busted class.
All right, fans, back over on the Super Farm side. We got driving a Never Say Never this afternoon out of Chandler, Indiana. Going to be Dennis Miller. Guy that years ago used to drive the tractors out of Grandview, Indiana. Good to see him here behind the wheel on the International here this afternoon. Never Say Never. Driving for Brent Weber here. The International 12:06 on the start line. Round of applause, fans. He still got it, no doubt. Good run. I never say never. Of course, the Masters years ago, driving some of their tractors.
Inside drop now will be Bill Barber. His high is 74.40. Cambridge Products, Masco, ERS Wireless, and the Judy Farmer Bandit. These are some of our good sponsors. They're definitely promoters of our tractor pull, and if you see them on their products, please pay attention and keep them coming for letting us into the show that we have today. Bill Garber. Well, let's take the inside track here, see if we can make her line. The new line work, 261.08. 261.08.
Right, Dane Super Farm side, 2019 champion in Super Farm class, Chuck Eckerberg. Ryan, Wisconsin with a positive ground. International 3688. Currently sitting number 6 in the points, does have one win on the season on the Seymour, Wisconsin. First event of the summer. Say Red fans. Good run there for Chuck Enderberg, the positive ground. Now he pretty much kept that tractor right at center all the way down the track here. Mark to beat 340.07. Distance will come in.
260 for .63. Good enough for the number 2 spot.
All right, back over Super Farm side, AV, Cottage Grove, Wisconsin, to crank it up. International 1066, another former points champion back in 2017. It looks like it's about the same room. We just saw his teammate Edinburgh with a positive ground. Right to center. Let's see if he holds it up there. Yes, he will. Good run once again, right up there, right of center. We just saw Chuck Etterberg with his tractor number 2 at 333.20. Maybe going to be real close here once again. Tractor out of Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. Badger State competitors very, very tough in this class. Goes 332.44, 332.44, good enough for number 3 right now. Kate Maston, our leader, Logan Pumpkin at 340.07. Chuck Eckenberg, number 2 with positive ground at 333.20. And we'll put Dave Vinny, number 3 here with crank it up at 332.44. Still got just half a class to go here. Shy of halfway. Super Farm side. Make our way to Franklin, Indiana. Like a set of thunderstorm tractor. First look at it here in our Super Farm class. On your 4450. One of our previous champions back in 2014. Mark herself into that championship winner's circle. All right, where's our John Deere fans this afternoon? John Deere fans, you guys out there?
And we got 2 more in the class on this side. Randy Glino will be up next on his 4430.
Yeah, that John Deere, a lot of momentum there. As this is going to be close. Take a look where he ended up over on that left-hand corner. What do you think, fans? Did he do it? All right, we're going to find out here. .329.03 for the John Deere.
242.76. 242.76, Brandon.
The fans are next year on the start line. Superfarm side is James Sloan.
Four-wheel drive trucks. I hope you're ready to go because this is our last record. 5,000 forward.
BBL circuit.
Paul Schultz.
Charity will actually come up in a couple weeks.
So the next class on this side of the track will be 8,500 trucks. Four-wheel drive, diesel. This will be a lot of the locals.
Definitely a good one. Second generation puller, James Long, going to do the driving here this afternoon. That's back out towards the middle part of the track here.
$254.12. 254.12. Your winner was Trent George on his 4010, followed by Chris Feaster on his Massey 95. Comes a 1650 Oliver by Larry Raymer. Then a 5000 Ford by Paul Schultz. And in the fifth spot was Steve Garber with the 706 tractor that Allie drove. That's our five. That's it on this side. It's on the tractor end of it. Next will be the 8,500-pound trucks.
All right, fans, so you see the weight transfer machine making its way back to the start line here. We'll get that grandstand track back up and going here. Going to be a switch in the order here tonight. We're going to run the Pro Stock, the 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors up here, number 1. We will move the two-wheel drives to the number 2 slot, and then we'll have the minis that ran before our delay here, and we'll put those down at the bottom here tonight. So that'll be our running order on the grandstand side. Ouch. I hope you don't have to drive it to work tomorrow, fans. That looks like that one hurt. All right, fans, so it looks like just a couple minutes here. We'll get that grandstand track back up and going. We'll start off with the 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors. Weight transfer machine down there, Logan Thomas, that decision maker, he's ready to go. We'll get our officials out on the track here.
Okay, on this side, the first guy in that first truck had the option of either taking that pull or turning it down. Obviously, since something happened, he turned it down. So he's going to see if he can't get whatever happened taken care of and come back for his second hook. This poor guy, if something happens like that for him, he's hammered. So Bryce Gingrich is turning it down. Next up is Aaron Schwarzenegger in his Chevy 2500. Is it over 300 or is it 2 inches short? 307.366. 307.66, folks. 307.66. Next up will be Dakota Jones in his Ford F-250. Four-wheelers, let's be ready to pull when you pull on the track. Let's just be ready to pull when you pull on the track. $287.66. 287.66. Next up will be Dakota Hickok from Goshen, Indiana, in his Ram 2500.
fans, the call goes out to fire up the first Pro Stock of the night. Where's our Pro Stock fans? All right, Tinker Toy making its way to the starting line. Joey Harris doing the driving. The Tinker Toy coming into tonight, leading the points race on the Hot Shot Secrets Pro Pulling League. So we're going to move ahead here with the 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors brought to you by Lemke Motorsports.
$285.13, $285.13.
All right, fans, so 10,000-pound Pro Stock, 680 cubic inches underneath the hood, and one big turbocharger. Looking about 5,000 horsepower they're making out of these tractors nowadays. Now, Joey Harris on the season, he has 3 victories driving this tractor. Now, last week down in Henry, Illinois, Kevin Masterson did the driving of the Tinker Toy. He picked up another win. So 4 wins on the season here. Defending champion tractor right here. Going to get us going here in the Pro Stock class here tonight. We've got 8 of the top tractors in the nation ready to battle it out. 5 John Deeres, 1 Massey, 1 Minneapolis Moline, and 1 Case International make up our field of 8 here tonight. So Joey Harris behind the wheel. Joey out of Grandview, Indiana. See Kevin down there making sure everything's good to go. And got that sled spotted up here on the right side, the top side of the track. All right, the Tinker Toy. John Deere 7280R. He's going to start building the boost.
Next up on the stage side is Seth Woolidge and his Dodge Cummins from Walkerton, Indiana.
All right, track is clear. Here we go, fans. First one up, Pro Stock class tonight, the Tinker Toy. Southern Indiana right along the Ohio River. Oh, all right, fans, let's give Joey Harris a nice round of applause. Putting the weight on him here. The Pro Stocks getting a hold of that track here tonight. So decision time here for Joey Harris. Whether or not he'll take or turn down that run as our test puller. Distance will come in here at 295.70. 295.70. And he will decide whether or not he will take or turn down that run.
Whoa, what do you think of that? 302 point, whoa, it just changed on me. 317.56. 317.56. That is your brand new leader, folks.
Fans, so 295.70 for the Tinker Toy. And Joey Harris tonight, he will let us know whether he will take or turn down that run. Now Travis Coons will be up next here, Arthur, Illinois. And the Trailblazer Massey Ferguson. That'll be our next tractor up here, 10,000-pound Pro Stocks. Perkins Power Plant. You hear it just a rumbling down there on the starting line.
Stage size. Next up is Freeman Yutzi from Goshen, Indiana, in his Ford 350 2016 model.
So officially we are underway, fans. Joey Harris did accept that lead distance, that test mark, and we'll take it here. So we are underway over on the Pro Stock side. 295.70 will now be the mark to shoot for. They'll set up that lead distance marker over there on the left side of the track, and that will signify our lead distance here tonight they'll be shooting for. Now remember, in pulling, we measure to the front of the sled. It's not actually the pulling vehicle we measure. We'll measure to that front of that weight transfer machine using the laser. Laser will measure up to 1/100th of a foot. They are set up down there at the end of the track, up on top of the dirt hill over there towards turn 1 of the racetrack.
$299.39. $299.39.
All right, fans, over on the Pro Stock side, Travis Coons, second-generation puller out of Arthur, Illinois, will bring the Massey Ferguson up to the start line. Now our first puller in the class, Joey Harris, he moved that sled over to the right side. Now the Massey Ferguson, they're going to move the sled down to the middle part of the track. Now each and every competitor has that option where you want to put the sled at the start line. You'll notice there's an orange cone behind that sled. They'll move that sled around. So we saw the John Deere with the inline 6-cylinder. Now it's time for that V8 Perkins. Totally different sound out of that Perkins. Connor Metting will follow here with the Bull Wagon, and Kevin Masterson will be behind the wheel of the River Rat here tonight. Those will be our next couple tractors. So they call this tractor the Trailblazer. Arthur, Illinois, the lone Massey in the class, 10,000-pound Pro Stocks. Kind of see Travis out on the circuit from time to time. Hasn't made all the point hooks on the circuit, but good to see him up here in Goshen. Definitely one that can mix it up with the best of them. All right, what do you think, Massey fans? We got any Massey fans out there? All right, we'll see if we can make some believers out of you. 295.70, 295.70, the mark to beat. We see one of our event directors, John Mears, down there working behind the tractor. And as soon as we get everything all set and ready to go, we will turn them loose, and there we go. Logan Thomas will head back into his air-conditioned cab up on top of the sled there, and he will get to work here. So we'll hook up the primary chain, secondary chain, and the kill switch. And looks like we're ready to go. Here comes the Massey Trailblazer out of Illinois. right, don't fret, fans. He does have another attempt here. Of course, each competitor gets 2 shots at it. You don't make it past that 100-foot mark, so we will see here. Nothing too serious. We'll pull him right back, and we'll give him attempt number 2. Now, if he does have an issue, he can go in the pits and come back later in the class with 1 more attempt. And looks like that is going to be the idea right there. So they'll pull him right back to the start line and give him his 2nd attempt. Track crew down there. We see the skid loader do a little bit of track repair work real quick, and we will send him on his way here. The Trailblazer. Hopefully, Travis will be able to get down the track here tonight. Nothing too serious. Fans making plenty of horsepower, just not getting locked up here tonight on that tricky track over on the grandstand side.
But what you couldn't see on that side was a cherry red manifold as he came down through there. The further he went, the redder it got.
All right, looks like going to be right around that 250 mark. Yeah, 249.33. 249.33. We'll put him in that number 2 spot. Working that left side of the track here. Now, fans, before the delay, we saw the mini rod tractors working out there, and we saw a real good run down that right-hand chalk line. I'm kind of curious if that is going to be where we are going to run here tonight. We saw Joey Harris over there on the right side. So Travis Coons will come in short here at 249 and 33. 249 and 33, number 2 hook in our Pro Stock class here tonight. As we will have Connor Metting, a 2nd-generation puller out of Nordheim, Texas, will be up next here with the Bull Wagon. John Deere 6030. Now the Metting family running for points once again on the circuit. Currently sitting number 3 with this tractor. Dad's tractor will be out a little bit later on. He sits number 2 right now.
Well, can't tell you for sure what's going on, folks. All I know is I see 4 feet underneath the bottom of that sled on this side. 2 people standing around trying to give assistance. So sooner or later we'll get her moved and we'll get some more trucks rolling.
Fans, so Connor Metting back up to that right side of the track here with his Bull Wagon tractor. John Deere 6030. Like we said, Dornheim, Texas. Dad's got a big contracting business down there just southeast of the Amarillo, Texas area. So this will be his son, Connor. Dad, by the luck of the draw. Actually, I think Dad's not going to drive here tonight. Both the sons are going to do the driving. Dad's going to be crew chief in here tonight. He's out front backing him up. So we'll see Connor right now, and then brother Conley will be out a little bit later in the class here with their 2nd tractor. A couple of good running John Deeres out of the state of Texas. Now we saw earlier today in our super stock diesel truck class, so we had a couple diesel trucks out of the state of Texas down near Houston. And as we said, Nordheim, Texas, up there southeast of the Amarillo area. So once again, everybody chasing Joey Harris with the Tinker Toy. John Deere 295.70. Our current high water mark in the Pro Stock class. So here we go, Connor Benning. A bull wagon, John Deere 6030, 10,000 pound Pro Stock class. All right, working that right side. Let's see if he's going to keep it up against the sideline, or is he going to let it drift down towards the middle? I'm going to guess he's going to keep it up top along that line.
Hey, we're moving. We're going to continue with the 8500s.
All right, fans, Connor Benning, great run down that right-hand sideline. Just like we saw Joey Harris, our test puller. Now 295.70 is what he had to beat. He will definitely take over that number 2 spot here, but looks like going to be challenging for that number 1 here tonight. Yeah, 273.17, fans. 273.17 will put him number 2. Let's give a nice round of applause out of Texas. 273.17. So Kevin Masterson, by the luck of the draw, will be up next with the River Rat. We'll have Hayden Arnold with the New Era John Deere, and then we've got Russ Yoder over one county over, the Extra Butter out of Topeka, Indiana. Be making his first run of the season.
Well, I'm not for sure, but they did say we need 5 more minutes on the sled, so they must have to add some finishing touches, but they didn't get them moved that far.
All right, fans, so we see our track crew out there once again working that track, filling those holes in, packing it down, trying to keep it as even as possible for all competitors. And let's give our track crew a nice round of applause, fans. They've been working all 3 sessions here and doing a great job keeping these tracks in good shape. You'll notice they'll start over there on the finish line, and the skid steer will fill the holes in, and got the scraper and then the packer behind it. All right, fans, here we go. That world-famous River Rat, Kevin Masterson, Grandview, Indiana, makes his way to the starting line here. John Deere 6030. Now, 1 week ago, of the event in Henry, Illinois, the River Rat was sick, did not make the event. They had some issues on the dyno, weren't able to make it. They did major breakage with the tractor, but got it back together earlier this week, ready to go here for Goshen. Right now, Team Tractor, the Tinker Toy, lead the way at 295.70. And let's see, Kevin Masterson. He's a wizard behind the wheel of this tractor. Let's see if he can maneuver his way down here. Track a little bit tricky here tonight. We'll send the roller out the end here and get ready for the River Rat. Kevin Masterson. Start building that boost ever so slowly. the River Rat, Kevin Masterson, and right about that 250-foot mark out there. The Pro Stock tractors really struggle to get out there past that 250. Fans, looks like Kevin going to put it in that number 3 spot. 257.11, 257.11 for the River Rat here tonight, fans. Let's put our hands together for Kevin Masterson. Good run there. So Hayden Arnold out of Hagerstown, Indiana, will be up next with the New Era John Deere. Russ Yoder will follow with Extra Butter. Conley Menning, the Bulletproof Buck. Our next 3 in line for the Pro Stock class. Conditions have definitely cooled down here tonight. Really comfortable, beautiful night for enjoying some great tractor and truck pulling action here at the Elkhart County Fair. Once again, fans, this 10,000-pound Pro Stock class is brought to you by Lemke Motorsports. Are you looking for a full-service machine shop that can provide you with parts and service for your tractor puller? If so, turn to none other than Lemke Motorsports. When you choose us, we'll make sure your vehicles perform at their best. For more information, go to lemkedjr.com. So we saw the last couple tractors working the right side of the track. Hayden Arnold here with the New Era. John Deere's going to go back over here to the left side. Going to throw everything at it. just not able to get a hold of the track here tonight, fans. That John Deere 8R 410 works at the left side off to the middle here and just not able to get to that 250 mark. So distance will come in here for Hayden Arnold at 222.20, 222.20. In our lineup here tonight, 222.20. Up here to Russ Yoder. Extra Butter will be up next. It's almost like he put it in overdrive.
298.74, 298.74.
All right, looks like we're going to need a tow tractor. Track side, please. Tow tractor, track side. Take the new era off the track here. Tow tractor to the track, please. Looks like we're going to have to dig them out down there. We can't get down to that bottom hook. Get the shovel out. So once again, pull distance for Hayden Arnold goes 222.20, 222.20.
Next up on our side is Justin Yoder in his Chevy 2500. Milford, Indiana.
Sure, here we might have a tug of war. We got the tow vehicle hooked up to the front of the tractor. We got a loader hooked up to the sled. I'm going to say the loader's going to win that battle.
I do believe you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Justin Yoder, Chevy 2500.
All right, fans, as he exits the track, he's got his helmet off. He can hear you. Let's give Hayden Arnold a nice round of applause there. Hagerstown, Indiana, with the new era John Deere. So order, just 3 tractors left to go. We got a Moline, a John Deere, and an International. Peace International, our final tractor. Everybody trying to figure this tricky track out here in Goshen. Joey Harris, our leader, with the Tinker Toy, 295.70. Connor Menning sitting number 2 with the Bullwagon at 273.17. And then we'll put Kevin Masterson number 3 with the River Rat at 257.11.
Backing up now is Keith Bontrigger, Chevy Savannah, Indiana, Chevy Silverado.
Hotshot Secret is the #1 fastest growing automotive lubricant manufacturer in the U.S. for one reason. They engineer high quality products that actually do what they say. See the entire line of products at hotshotsecret.com. Products also available nationwide at automotive retailers, farm and ag stores, truck stops, and more. That's Hotshot Secrets. All right, slack out of the chain. He calls it extra butter. State Farm Popcorn over there in Topeka, Indiana. Where's our Russ Yoder fans? You guys out there, you need to make some noise. Did he get it done here, fans? 295.70 he had to beat. A great run. Russ Yoder got that front end up, and boy, he carried her. So distance will come in 283.04, number 2 for Russ Yoder. 283.04. All right, fans, so a great run there for Russ Yoder, 283.04 season debut on Extra Butter. Fans, one more time, let's give a nice round of applause here. Number 2 here tonight in our Pro Stock class. Just kind of taking a look down there saying, hey, what is going on behind me here? To the start line here. 2 more Pro Stocks to go as Conley Benning will be up next here with Bulletproof Buck, and then Matt Holland, our final tractor. Pro Stock class here tonight.
Randy Mountain back on the side for the 2006 GMC 2500 from Garrett, Indiana. Well, your eyes are not deceiving you. 357.03. 357.03.
And Corky, speaking of next county over, he was heading that way. Wow.
Sure glad there's a little creek over there to keep him slowed down.
All right, fans, still working on that sled issue over on the grandstand side. Our decision maker sled. We see Logan Thomas out there working, looking at it.
Aaron Lambright, next one on his side of the track. In his 2006 Chevy Silverado, Topeka, Indiana. Wanting to go at least 358 feet.
Just a reminder, fans, head on out to the official Pro Bowling League novelty stand located just outside the grandstand. Off of turn number 4 here at the racetrack. All kinds of brand new hats, t-shirts, sweatshirts available out there, as well as earplugs for the noisy classes. We'll see a little bit later on here tonight. So make sure you grab yourself a nice souvenir to take home here from the Elkhart County Fair. 152nd edition here this year. And pulling strong since 1973, they tell me. So they haven't missed a season since 73. Pretty impressive record. So that would be, what, 52 years of pulling consecutively. Trackside over on the grandstand track, going to be down for just a couple minutes here. Got to do a little repair work there to the trip on the weight transfer machine, so it'll take just a couple minutes, and we'll be back to finish out the Pro Stock class and move on into our super modified two-wheel drive trucks and then the mini rods.
On your side?
Yeah.
You always wonder, you hang the weights off the front of a new truck like that, does that cancel the warranty on it?
I would guess that might depend on who sees you.
Yeah, there you go.
Or who had that little phone thing out taking pictures. And the black smoke rolls.
Ooh.
I do believe we have a mechanical problem.
Yeah, the old Chevy did not want to go.
277.92, folks. 277.92.
Well, we know one thing for sure. We have definitely gathered a crowd down there on our weight transfer machine. Everybody looking on. Making that job a little bit more high pressure with all the eyes looking in.
Next up on the stage side should be Damon Yoder, Topeka, Indiana, in his Chevy 2500 Silverado. Sunset behind that grandstand.
I don't know, Corky. I think these last couple of Chevrolets, I think the fans out there are thinking maybe we need a Ford or a Dodge out there. Uh-oh.
I think they were behind them, yeah.
No warranty on this one. No warranty. Well out. Wheelbase looks like it's on a K30. sleeper.
It was a sleeper. 311.29. 311.29.
Cork, I got to ask a question. He had the keg in the back. Is he heading somewhere, or is that just for looks? All right, looks like our meeting over on the grandstand side has broken up here. Looks like we're ready to go back pulling over on the pro stock side. As we will fire up Conley Betting once again, 2 pro stocks left to go here. The Bulletproof Buck out of Texas, and then Matt Holland, Glutton for Punishment out of St. Paul, Indiana. Tremendous hole shot for the Bulletproof Buck. And Conley Metting lays down an excellent run here. Going to be awful close. Looks like to his brother, number 2 spot here.
Not bad for number 2 spot.
Yeah. That was that Ford we were talking about. He actually let out of it to let the Chevys win, didn't he?
I'm going to guess yes, sir.
Because I mean, right about here, he was rolling.
I think maybe his brother or somebody had some influence on him or something. 309.81, folks. 309.81.
All right, fans over on the pro stock side. Great run for Conley Metting out of Texas. He'll go 286.22, new number 2 tractor. So Conley will put it in the number 2 spot, 286.22. Joey Harris still out front at 295.70 as we've got one to go here. He's going to be the glutton for punishment. Matt Holland out of St. Paul, Indiana. So Matt Holland, our final entry, 10,000-pound pro stock class here tonight. And it's our lone Redwood Case International. Matt running his second season here in pro stock competition. Moved up from the light pro stock class. His brother had run that class for a few years, actually. Had a Redwood and a green one. Brother Kyle now has a diesel super stock. Been running out on the NTPA Grand National Circuit. An Acto machine, but Matt sticking with the international pro stock side. Big farming operation, about 5,000 acres they farm out there in St. Paul, Indiana, just north of the Greensburg area. And Thailand business, excavation they do on the side as well. So you name it, they do it. Matt Holland here, looking for punishment now. 1 week ago, Henry, Illinois. This tractor finished up number 2. Good run. He's sitting number 5. All right, where's our Red fans? You guys out there tonight, Case International. Yeah. Here we go. It comes down to this. Side of the track, just not able to get any momentum out there. A tough break. For punishment, Matt Holland comes in at 224.30, 224.30, 224.30. So that will fill out our pro stock class here tonight. Finishing up number 5 here tonight will be Kevin Masterson with the River Rat. Number 4 spot will go to Connor Benning with the Bull Wagon. Looks like number 3 position here tonight will be Russ Yoder with Extra Butter. Number 2, Connor Benning with the Bulletproof Buck. And of course, our winner here tonight, Joey Harris, the Tinker Toy, will get it done here tonight, fans. Let's give all our pro stock competitors a nice round of applause, as now we will transition into our super modified 2-wheel drive trucks. Will be up next.
Did you know that today's diesel fuel lacks lubricity and can cause problems with your fuel system? EDT helps increase lubricity to a safe level while also including a cetane booster, fuel system cleaner, water demulsifier, fuel stabilizer, and lastly a rust and corrosion inhibitor. So you're getting 6-in-1 benefits while also reducing the wear on your fuel system components. Using Hot Shot Secret at every fill-up is a simple way to reduce your operating costs and keep your diesel running for the long haul.
Get ready, Hillsboro. It's the event of the summer, the Hillsboro Charity Tractor Pull, August 8th and 9th. 3 cleaning sessions over 2 days with 8 Pro Cooling League classes. Horsepower, dirt flying, and fun for the whole family. Tickets are just $25 and kids 10 and under get it free. Feel the power. Support a cause. Don't miss the Hillsboro Charity Tractor Pull, August 8th and 9th.
Like a seed planted in Ohio soil, Michael Connie knew that success takes time. It requires grit, hard work, and persistence. What began in a one-bay garage grew to revolutionize America's trailer industry. Today, Mac Trailer is a full-scale enterprise with 13 facilities and over 135 dealers across the nation. Mac Trailer supports you with a team of experts in the heart of a small-town hero. Start your legacy with Mac Trailer.
Hot Shot Secret, the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Propulling Lake very excited to have Hot Shot Secret on board as the title sponsor this year. Matt Steinmetz here on the grounds with us. Now, what makes the partnership between PPL and Hot Shot so ideal?
Yeah, so we've been doing a lot of motorsports over the years, and it's time to expand a little farther out west here and hit some more different competitors on the track and see where it goes.
Okay, so when I hear Hot Shot Secret, I think that this is like some kind of secret special formula that's not available to the everyday person, but that's not the case.
No, that's not the case at all. We actually started out as everyday consumer products for vehicles going up and down the road. And so the other thing is we're powered by science, so everything is lab tested and formulated in our office in Mount Gate, Ohio.
So let's talk about the OG, the original product, the Stiction Eliminator over here.
Yeah, so we started out in '97 with a Stiction Eliminator, originally for the Huey injectors of the Power Stroke engines, and it's actually grown from just fixing those problems to any diesel or gas vehicle to help take the carbon out, and it has our FR3 nanotechnology in there to help protect any bearings and wear in your engine.
Perfect. And now what about someone like me? I'm a diesel gal, so what can I use to enhance the productivity in my vehicle?
Yeah, so we got a couple different diesel products, but our everyday diesel treatment is a 6-in-1 formulation, takes today's diesel fuel and makes it premium fuel again. So we add lubricity back into the fuel, acetane to help burn more efficiently, water demulsifier, a fuel stabilizer, a rust and corrosion prohibitor, and also an injector cleaner. So we keep injectors happy and the fuel system happy. We have that in our summer blend or everyday, and then we do a every winter defense blend. So the 7th component of anti-gelling to protect you from any gelling in the winter.
And I see you've also got a gas product over here too.
Yeah, so we also do a gas extreme, good for running any gas vehicle or gas engine. We recommend doing that every 6,000 to 10,000 miles, and you should be seeing a mile per gallon gain again once you run that through your system.
So if it's a high-performance product or it's for your daily driver, you can see why this partnership works so well. Hot Shot Secret has you covered.
All right, fans, here we go. Super modified two-wheel drive, 6,200 pounds maximum weight of these trucks, 575 cubic inches, making around 3,000 horsepower. Basically the same engine you would find in a top alcohol funny car or dragster out on the quarter mile. So Chad Mayhill out of Reynolds, Indiana, first of two trucks that he will have in the competition here tonight. Calls this one the P5. Of course, Chad and Jesse Petro teamed up many years ago, running a couple trucks here on the PPL circuit. Now, Chad currently sits number 2 with his other truck, the two-time in Ford. But going to get things started here as our test puller. Slack out of the chain. Here we go. Super modified two-wheel drives. Here comes the Ford. And zooms it right out the end, right there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Chad Mayhill. Wow. All right, fans, so we'll get the distance in here for Chad Mayhill with the P5 Ford. 3:43.24. 3:43.24. Good run to get us started here. And we will see. We got the officials down there. We will see what the word is from trackside. Whether or not they were happy with that sled setting, or we will make a change. We will find out here pretty quick. But fans, let's put our hands together for Chad Mayhill. Real good run to get us started here tonight. That P5 Ford.
Backing up now is Brian Burkholder, Millersburg, Indiana, and he's Ford 350.
All right, you Ford fans, you guys still out there? Let's cheer him on. Let's see if he can do it. You know what we got waiting in the wings? Last to go is a Dodge.
But there's a Chevy in between the Dodge.
Oh.
3:43.16. 3:43.16. That is good enough for the number 2 spot. Because number 1 is still 3:57.03.
All right, fans, so they tell us trackside going to make a quick change here of the weight transfer machine. Heavy things up just a little bit here. Looks like we didn't add any static weight out there. Just going to move the box up a little bit quicker on the rails. Going to try to get them right around that 320 foot mark out there. 300 to 320 here for the two-wheelers. So we'll drop Chad Mayhill with the P5 Ford down in the field. We'll put him in 6th position, as Dale Nelson, Altamont, Illinois, will be our new test puller with the Forever Hook Ford Super Duty entry.
All right, how do we look,
Dale,
Mike?
the patriarch of the Nelson pulling team.
Okay.
Long-time puller.
Chevy fans, this is your last chance to beat this GMC that's on top. The Austin Marlowe, White Pigeon, Michigan, and Chevy Silverado.
All right, so the Ford Super Duty, Dale Nelson, Altamont, Illinois. Guy has been pulling for just about 50 years out on the circuits. Of course, started years ago. The ITPA circuit, the Tri-State Pullers, used to run four-wheel drives back in the day before moving on into the two-wheel drive class. Now Dale currently sits number 10 here with this forever hooked Ford Super Duty. Now used to run an old 1936 Ford, and unfortunately lost that truck in a shop fire, and went out and purchased this truck here. So he will be our new test puller. We did make a slight change on the sled here tonight. So the Optima battery, 6,200 pound, super modified two-wheel drive trucks are underway. All right, here we go. The crafty veteran. All right, so it looks like they really took quite a bit of weight. A little bit of distance away from him here.
Joey, nice to see you back on the Tinker Toy. I know you loaned it to Kevin there at Henry to see if he could keep up the stamina and the streak of the Tinker Toy, but he didn't do it, and so you get to continue it here at Goshen.
But he did do it. He won at Henry.
Oh, you did win at Henry, didn't you? Let's maybe try this again here. Okay, so you lend it to Kevin. He does well at Henry. You get back on it. You keep the streak alive. Seemed like the track was a little tough out there.
It may be a little bit. The sled might have been just plenty heavy. But all in all, it was a really good track, and being the first one after the little storm setback, and might have been the advantage, but we went out there and Toy did what it does.
That's what you told me. You said, "Yeah, it just went wherever it took me, and I just let it take me there, and off we went."
It's all right. I just didn't touch nothing, and both the tractor set about what we thought before the rain came through, and it was good enough. So that was all that mattered.
The good news is, though, is that it's in one piece, and you're not going to have to work all night like you did last year to try to make it to Evansville, which is a hometown pull for the team.
Yeah, that was a big bummer, being up here all day, then team driving all the way home to work all through the night to get to our hometown pull. We made it, and everything worked out well, but get to sit back and relax tonight and ease down there in the morning and be with our friends and family at Evansville, and looking forward to being with everybody down there.
Sounds good. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Chad Mayhill will be back with, well, his first truck here, the two-timing. And we will put his other truck, the P5, right about that number 6 spot. All right, so the way things play out here, looks like Chad Mayhill will run number 4 with the two-time in Ford, and then he'll come back in number 6 position with the P5 Ford. So that's the way that they're going to fit him in the field here as Jeremy Nelson brings out that 1941 Dodge. Take a look at this ride right here, fans. Number 6 in Hot Shot Secrets PPL points. Of course, Jeremy, the 2011 points champion here on the PPL circuit, and looking for another one. It's a farmer by trade, also runs Nelson Custom Paints, does a lot of custom paint work for not only pulling vehicles, but does a lot with the big rigs, and you name it, he does it. So right now, Dad leading the way at 288.25, 288.25. The mark to beat here in our 2-wheel drive class. All right, the Midnight Gambler. Not going to do it here with the Midnight Gambler, Jeremy Nelson. All right, fans, well, we're down here. We got the winner of our 10,000-pound Pro Stock class, Joey Harris. Joey, tell us about that run. You were number 1 hook and held on here today.
Yeah, I wasn't very sure because it's after the storm incident, we had to come back. And being first, I felt that would be an advantage. Then after my run, I looked, I wasn't any further than the main grandstands. I thought, well, I'm going to take it and just take our lickings and go to Evansville and let it be is what it is. And lo and behold, it's good enough to hold on for the win. So, may not have been the best round the Toys had, but it was good enough, and that's good enough for us.
Well, still going to hold on to that points lead. Now, did the thought ever go through your mind when you made your run right there that, you know, maybe turn that thing down, or it was take it all the way?
No, I was taking it before I even started.
All right. Who would you like to thank for helping you get in the winner's circle here tonight, Joey?
I got to thank the Masterson family, Kevin and his family for giving me the opportunity to drive. I can't thank them enough. My family and my wife were holding down the house when I'm out pulling. Her and the kids are with me this weekend, which is great. And we can't do it without guys that help us get down the track. Riverside Engine was a big help this week with the wrap. Weimer Performance out of Pennsylvania, and Chad Mayhill with CM Pulling Tires, and Josh Miley. They all give us a big helping hand, and can't thank enough for the Pro Pulling League and Hot Shot Secrets and Lincoln Motorsports to sponsor our class again this year, which we can't do without them. We can't do it without the sponsors, so it's great to have them with us.
Well, going to stretch out that points lead just a little bit more. Fans, let's give a nice round of applause. Your Pro Stock winner here tonight, Joey Harris and the Tinker Toy. Back over on the two-wheel drive side. Distance for Jeremy Nelson, 258.65, 258.65. All right, fans, so discussion down track side. All right. going to make a change once again here on that weight transfer machine. And we saw a big run there for Chad Mayhill at the beginning of the class at 3:43. So they took off some distance, but ended up taking about 60 feet off. So now they're just trying to figure out where exactly we want them to be. Right about that 300 to 320 foot mark here. So we will see. We'll let you know here in just a minute or two. So once again, the 6,200-pound super modified two-wheel drives presented by Optima Batteries. The 8.6 and 8.7 Optima yellow tops with pure flow technology are direct fit replacement batteries for late model GM cars and trucks, as well as Jeep, Cadillac, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, and Volvo. Look for the ultimate power source at a quality auto parts retailer near you or at OptimaBatteries.com. All right, so here comes the Dodge. Jason Sullivan out of Edgewood, Iowa, the Corn Burner. Jason picking up a big win just a couple weeks ago, Jerseyville, Illinois. All right, so Jason's going to be our new test puller. Once again, they reset that weight transfer machine. Hopefully we got it right around that 300 to 320. That's what we're shooting for. So Jason Sullivan going to restart the class. All right, Eastern Iowa. He was a winner here 1 year ago. Jason Sullivan. All right, fans, so pull distance for Jason Sullivan, 2:58 and 96. 2:58.96. Now, remember, they did make a change here. And looks like Jason going to take that run at 2:58.96. So they did make a change here. So Jason Sullivan will take that run here tonight with that Corn Burner Dodge out of Edgewood, Iowa. So officially we are underway here. So taking a look here at our lineup, should have Chad Mayhill, two-time in Ford. Up next here, Tanner Nelson will follow in Midnight Chaos. And then we will see whether or not we'll fit Chad Mayhill back in here with his second truck. I'm going to go ahead and run him here tonight, super modified two-wheelers. We also have the mini rods left to run. We got a dozen of those. All right, fans, so Chad Mayhill, 2-time and forward out of Reynolds, Indiana. Should be up here next. All right, pulling fans, looks like pulling track ready to go here. So 258.96, Jason Sullivan with the Corn Burner Dodge Dakota. Just a reminder, fans, official Pro Bowling League novelty stand just located outside the main grandstand. Grab yourself a nice souvenir to take home here from the 152nd annual Elkhart County Fair here in Goshen, Indiana. Here we go, fans. Chad Mayhill and the 2-time in Ford, currently sitting number 2 in national points here on the PPL circuit. Chad, the 2021 Pro Bowling League champion. New engine combination underneath the hood of this truck for 2025. And really starting to work. Already has one victory in the Show Me Showdown down in Macon, Missouri earlier this year. Tire cutter during the week and goes pulling on the weekend. Used to run a sled as well. So here we go. A 2-time in Ford. 258.96 to mark the beat here. 2-wheel drive. So we'll get the distance in here for Chad Mayhill and the 2-time in Ford. All right, 260.46 fans, new leader. So he's going to extend it out just a little further here, 260. And 46 will be the distance for the 2-time in Ford and Chad Mayhill. All right, fans, so Chad Mayhill will extend it out a little bit further here, 260 and 46 take over that number 1 spot. we will see here. Kind of got the order shuffled up a little bit here. So super modified, two-wheel drives, 14 of them. It's no secret today's diesel ain't as good as it should be. Ultra-low sulfur diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repair. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Add lubricity, boost cetane, and more importantly, increase fuel economy up to 7%. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party testing. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme and EDT, powered by science. Available nationwide at automotive retailers, farm and ag stores, truck stops, and online at hotshotsecrets.com. All right, fans, so Chad Mayhill will make the walk back to the start line and get into his second truck here tonight. The P5 Ford. We already saw that machine run earlier here in our class for one of the resets we've had here. So looking at our sheet, we should have a Tanner Nelson up next here with the Midnight Chaos, but we will wait and see what the word is from trackside. So we wait for the next truck to fire up here. Super modified two-wheel drives. Fans just waiting to see here what truck will make its way to the start line here next in our two-wheel drive class. Cindy, Illinois, as he will make his way to the start line here. Tanner currently number 3 in PPL points here, the Hot Shot Secret point standings. So the Chevy Colorado going to work that right side of the track here. Third generation puller. Right now, the mark to beat here, 260 and 46, 260 and 46. Nelson going to work that right side of the track. Now, he's already been down the track once here tonight in the mini rod class before we had the weather come through. Here comes Midnight Chaos. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. All right, fans. Well, looks like a great run down the right sideline here for Tanner Nelson, but they tell us, unfortunately, out of bounds here tonight. DQ out of bounds over on the right side of the track here for Tanner Nelson. So a real tough break there for the team. Once again, fans, any portion of that pulling vehicle touches the white line, a disqualification. Boy, Tanner definitely got a lot of momentum over there on the right side of the track. All right, so disqualification there for the Midnight Chaos. Tanner Nelson. So Chad Mayhill still our leader at 260 and 46, 260 and 46. All right, fans, so we'll go back to the top of the class here. Chad Mayhill with his second truck, the P5 Ford out of Reynolds, Indiana. Now Chad currently leading the class at 260.46 with the two-time in Ford. Now we will see the P5 entry. Once again, Ford Ranger body. Going to go back up to the right sideline. Here we go, the P5 Ford. All right, so no doubt Chad going to stretch it out just a little bit further here. Good situation there. Had to go out and beat himself as he is currently the leader at 260 and change. All right, fans, so yeah, he is going to stretch it out. 282 and 32. So great run right there. Let's give him a nice round of applause, fans. Chad Mayhill, Reynolds, Indiana. Just northwest of that Indianapolis area. So he will put it just a little bit further out there. Sits 1 and 2 right now. P5 at 282.32. And his two-time in Ford at 260 and 46. So good position to be in right now for Chad Mayhill as he sits 1 and 2 in our class of two-wheelers here tonight. All right, fans, here we go. Next up in our super modified two-wheel drive class. Working our way through here. All right, hook number 5 here in a super modified two-wheel drive. Jim Corey out of Bedford, Indiana. The Midnight Obsession Chevrolet S10. One of the newer competitors on the circuit here, Jim Corey. Currently sits number 9 in points. Was a rookie last year on the circuit, made some of the events. So Bedford, Indiana, just northwest of the Louisville area. About 45 minutes or so northwest. Now, Jim Corey, for a bunch of years, has driven the Pro Stock four-wheel drive trucks before moving on in here to super modified two-wheel drive trucks, and had a real nice run just about a month ago in Tampico, Indiana, the event over there. Finished up number 2. So far, that has been the career best for Jim Corey. So new mark to beat here, 282.32, Chad Mayhill and the P5 Ford leading the way. All right, fans, so a little bit of a hop there for the Midnight Obsession and Jim Corey. But another good run here, super modified two-wheel drive. All right, fans, so the distance comes in here. Had to go better than 282.32. He goes 282.39, your new leader. So good run there, Jim Corey, that Midnight Obsession. He'll take over that number 1 spot here. Not by much. 0.07 of a foot. Now separate first and second here in our 2-wheel drive class. Just 0.07 of a foot between first and second. So Bethany Nelson should be up next here with the Sweet Revenge 1972 Chevrolet, Altamont, Illinois. Part of that Midnight Motorsports operation. Lisa Tatum will follow with the Park City Auto Parts Chevrolet, and then Jared Nelson, our points leader with the Midnight Revenger, will follow. Once again, fans, at the conclusion of this super modified 2-wheel drive class, we will finish up with the mini rods here tonight. We'll have the mini rods, bring them on back. We had them out on the track there before we had the weather event. All right, so 3-time PPL champion Bethany Nelson here at 2-wheel drive. She'll bring out the Sweet Revenge. Take a look at this ride here, fans. 1972 Chevrolet. Now, what's interesting about Bethany, a 3-time national champion here with PPL, the only person to do so. Now, there's been a whole bunch of competitors that have won 2 championships. Well, Bethany is the only one to win 3 in the 2-wheel drive class. Here we go, Bethany Nelson, the Sweet Revenge, Altamont, Illinois. That's where they're going to finish up on Saturday night. Big stretch run here for the 2-wheel drives. All right, she's got to go better than 282.39. Here we go. Yeah! All right, fans, she definitely got a hold of it out there. Great run for Bethany Nelson. And yeah, I would say she definitely got a hold of it, fans. 3:02.67, new leader. All right. There you go, right there, fans. That's why Bethany, a 3-time national champion here on the PPL circuit. She puts down runs like that more times than not. So we'll put Bethany in that number 1 spot, 3:02.67. Move Jim Corey back to that number 2 spot with Midnight Obsession. And then Chad Mayhill rounding out the top 3 currently with the P5 Ford at 282 and 32. All right, so we should have Lisa Tatum, Bardstown, Kentucky, with her Park City Auto Parts Chevrolet. Be followed by Jared Nelson's Midnight Revenger, and then Jonathan Payne with the Rampage. Here in our super modified two-wheel drive class. All right, fans, so we should have Lisa Tatum making her way to the starting line here. The Parts City Auto Parts Chevy S10. Yep, that'll be Lisa making her way out of the shadows down there. Now, Lisa, 2006 PPL champion, taking over the driving duties here. Dad's truck a couple years back. Now new engine combination here for the Tatums 1 year ago. See Dad out front. He'll back daughter Lisa into that weight transfer machine. Now Lisa does still have her full throttle truck back at the shop in Bardstown. They have not brought it out here in a couple of years. So we saw some of the earlier trucks in this class working that extreme right side. Now we're kind of working our way towards the middle here as we've run a few trucks down through here and kind of working that dirt in. Lisa's got that sled spotted a little bit off that right-hand sideline. So 302 and 67. Bethany Nelson, our leader, with the Sweet Revenge Chevrolet. All right, Dad makes a final adjustment, walks away. Here we go. Lisa Tatum, Parts City Auto Parts Chevrolet. Oh, yeah. Whoa. All right, fans, good run for Lisa Tatum with that Chevy S10. Yeah, no doubt about it. Real good run for Lisa Tatum. We'll put her number 2 right now. 297 and 20. 297 and 20. Fans, let's give her a nice round of applause. She shuts it down. Number 2 for Lisa Tatum. So that'll bring us up to our current national points leader, Jared Nelson, with the Midnight Revenger Chevrolet. He'll be up next. Followed by Jonathan Payne with the Rampage Ford. And then we've got Dave O'Driscoll with his Stone Cold Ford. We start to wind things down here on the two-wheel drive side. So no doubt track conditions have improved over there on the right side of the track here as these competitors starting to figure this track out. As our current national points leader fires up, Jared Nelson, 2 wins on the season. One in Tampico, Indiana, the other in Macon, Missouri. The Show Me Showdown. Now we talked about Jared's wife, Bethany, our current leader. She's a 3-time national champion. Well, Jared, he's got a couple championships to go along with it. So the Midnight Revenger 2007 Chevy Silverado. Jared in his 29th year of pulling competition, running two-wheelers. So we'll get the Chevrolet backed in here as he sets his sights right now. His wife leads the way, Bethany Nelson at 3:02.67. But Lisa Tatum, number 2 at 2:97.20. That's the Parts City Auto Parts truck. And then Jim Corey holding down number 3 with the Midnight Obsession. All right, here we go, fans. Current points leader. I don't know, fans. We'll have to wait and see here on the distance. All right, fans, so Jared Nelson going to take over that number 3 spot here. 297.01. 297.01 for the Midnight Revenger. We'll put him number 3 here. Bethany leading the way with a Sweet Revenge. Lisa Tatum, number 2. 297.20. And then we'll put Jared, number 3, at 297.01. As Jonathan Payne out of Georgetown, Kentucky will be up next. No, Georgetown, Indiana. They got it wrong here on the sheet. Georgetown, Indiana. And then Dave O'Driscoll and the Stone Cold Ford. He's out of Georgetown, Kentucky. So a couple Georgetowns here, and then Jansen Smith with the stimulus package. And Michael White will round us out, and we'll go back to the top of the class as we'll have Dale Nelson and Jeremy Nelson will be our 2 final trucks. As we move along here in our super modified 2-wheel drive class, brought to you by Optima Batteries. So waiting for the next truck to fire up here. In our super modified 2-wheel drive class, Jonathan Payne, the Rampage Ford out of Georgetown, Indiana. Jonathan, another one of the guys that moving on up from the Pro Stock 4-wheel drive ranks. Now has a couple 2-wheelers. We're going to see the Rampage here tonight. ran as a rookie last year, and this year currently sits number 8, just inside of that top 10 in points. So Ford Ranger on the start line. Georgetown, Indiana, just outside of Louisville, Kentucky on the Indiana side. So once again, our high water mark two-wheel drive, 3:02.67, Bethany Nelson and the Sweet Revenge, our leader. Oh, yeah, excellent run right there for Jonathan Payne, the Rampage. Definitely going to shake the order up with that run, with that Ford. And fans, no doubt he's going to shake that order up. We've got ourselves a new leader, 3:05.78, the Rampage. So Jonathan Payne takes over the number 1 spot with the Ford at 3:05.78. All right, so the hard runner out of Georgetown, Indiana will take over the number 1 spot here, the Rampage Ford, as we've got Dave O'Driscoll out of Georgetown, Kentucky, going to be our next puller up, and the Stone Cold Ford. Jansen Smith will follow with the Stimulus Package Dodge, and then we've got Michael White's Addiction Ford waiting in the wings. All right, fans, so next up, Dave O'Driscoll with the Stone Cold Ford, another one of our newer drivers here in Super Modified two-wheel drive, joining the tour just a couple of years ago. Once again, another Ford Ranger here, Georgetown, Kentucky, just east of the Louisville area. Currently comes in here number 13 in PPL Hot Shot Secret points. All right, fans, so here we go. The Stone Cold Ford. Dave O'Driscoll, Georgetown, Kentucky. Of course, Georgetown, Kentucky, a hotbed for two-wheelers over the years. Looks like ever so slightly we're moving that sled closer to that middle part of the track here. Now Jonathan Payne just took over the #1 spot here with the Rampage Ford at 3:05 and 78. Bethany Nelson sits #2 with the Sweet Revenge at 3:02.67. So I think the situation here, track just getting a little bit better and better here the more we run. All right, here we go. Stone Cold. All right, so the numbers will come in here for Dave O'Driscoll, the Stone Cold Ford, 280 and 47, 280 and 47. So once again, our top 5 right now. We got Jonathan Payne in the Rampage Ford leading the way at 3:05.78, #2 spot. Bethany Nelson with the Sweet Revenge at 3:02.67. We'll put Lisa Tatum #3 with the Park City Auto Parts Chevrolet at 297.20. #4 spot, Jared Nelson, the Midnight Revenger at 297.01. And then rounding out our top 5, Jim Corey with the Midnight Obsession at 282.39. So looks like 4 trucks left to go here, 4 to go. And then we'll move on into our 2,050-pound mini rods. Bring us home here tonight. So Jansen Smith up next with the Stimulus Package Dodge out of Dry Ridge, Kentucky. And then Michael White will follow with the Addiction Ford out of Lafayette, Tennessee. The top Pro Pulling League drivers use Hot Shot Secret fluids and additives for a reason. It works. The same performance and protection gained from Hot Shot Secret's Adrenaline Racing fluids are available for your daily driver with FR3 Friction Reducer. Using proprietary nano lubricants, you won't find anything else like it. Available nationwide at O'Reilly Auto Parts, Advance Auto Parts, AutoZone, Walmart, Amazon, and online at HotShotSecrets.com. All right, so Jansen Smith out of Dry Ridge, Kentucky, the Dodge Dakota, a Stimulus Package. Truck ran by his dad, Chris, for so many years, and Jansen kind of took over the driving duties. Currently sits #7 here in the national points. Coming into tonight's show here in Goshen. And just a reminder, these two-wheelers will run tomorrow down in Evansville, Indiana, and then Saturday night they will fill out their weekend down in Altamont, Illinois. All right, so 3:05 and 78. The mark to beat here, 3:05.78. The Ford out of Indiana lead the way here. Jonathan Payne. so the stimulus package Dodge and Jansen Smith looks like going to come up a little bit short here. So the numbers will come in 292.40, 292.40, and that will put Jansen in the number 5 spot right now. Number 5 with 3 trucks to go. So 292.40 will bump Jim Corey out of that number 5 spot with Midnight Obsession. So a good run for Jansen Smith fans. Let's give him a nice round of applause. New number 5 with the stimulus package. So that will bring us up here to Michael White, the Addiction Ford out of Lafayette, Tennessee. So Michael coming in here this weekend, number 4 in the national points. 2022 points champion here in the 2-wheel drive class. Lafayette, Tennessee, just northeast of Nashville, the Addiction. Once again, another Chevy Colorado here as we wait for him to make his way to the starting line. Nope. This is definitely not Addiction. This is going to be Jonathan Payne's second truck here. So this will be the Chevy S10 here of Jonathan Payne. Don't have him on our sheet, but definitely he's out here running. All right, fans, so currently leads the class with his other truck, the Rampage, at 3:05.78. Just got this truck up and going. So once again, this will be Jonathan Payne with his second truck out of Georgetown, Indiana. Chevy S10 sitting down on the start line. Wow, there you go, fans. He brought 2 trucks to the game here tonight, and he's looking pretty good. All right, fans, he gets it shut down. Now he had to beat himself. 3:05.78. He goes 3:10.46, 1 and 2. Wow. Good night for Jonathan Payne. Not sure if he's got a name on that truck, but the dishwasher white out there with the Chevy S10. But no matter, he's sitting 1 and 2 right now here in our two-wheel drive class. The Chevrolet number 1 at 3:10.46 will put the Rampage Ford number 2 at 3:05.78. Bethany Nelson sitting number 3 at 3:02.67 with the Sweet Revenge. All right, so that was a added bonus to our sheet here. We did have that Jonathan Payne's second truck on our sheet here tonight, so that was a surprise. The Chevy S10. Not sure if he's got a name on it just yet, but so we should have Michael White next here with the Addiction Chevrolet. We'll probably wait and make sure it's him before we make that. Yeah, definitely him. So 2022 points champion here on the PPL circuit. All right, here we go, fans. Lafayette, Tennessee. Got that volunteer orange down the side of that Chevy Colorado. Tough running truck. Michael White currently sitting number 4 in national points. .310.46, the mark to beat. The Chevy S10, Jonathan Payne, our leader. Oh, I don't know, fans. Gonna be close here. Definitely gonna be close. A good run for the truck out of Tennessee. All right, fans, 303.23, 303.23. That will put Michael White number 3 right now with 2 to go. So 303 and 23 for the truck out of Tennessee here tonight, fans. Let's give Michael White a nice round of applause as we'll go back to the top of the class here. Dale Nelson with Forever Hooked, and then Jeremy Nelson will be our 2 final trucks of the night. So once again, back to the top of the order here with Dale Nelson's Forever Hooked Chevy or Ford Super Duty. right, so the Nelson boys going to take a shot at it here. Well, I should say Dad and Jeremy take a shot at it here. First up will be Dad with Forever Hook, Ford Super Duty. Jeremy will come on back with that 41 Dodge, the Midnight Gambler. Fans, so Dale Nelson, the crafty veteran out of Altamont, Illinois, Forever Hooked, Ford Super Duty. Already been down the track once. That was, I'd say, a good hour ago at least. Running this Forever Hook truck, I would say the last 4 or 5 years out on the circuit. Looks like Dale going to move that sled a little bit closer up to that right-hand sideline. We've kind of seen these competitors work their way towards the middle part here. Last few trucks that have run. Fans, just 2 to go here, 3:10 and 46. Watch that lead distance marker over on the left side of the track. Forever Hooked. Oh, uh-oh. Did the crafty veteran pull one out of his bag of tricks here tonight? We're going to find out. Now, he need to go better than 3:10.46. He's going to be down there. Full distance comes in, fans. 3:16.32, new leader. So Dale Nelson will go into the #1 spot here with the Forever Hooked Ford. 3:16 and 32. So move Jonathan Payne down to the #2 spot with the Chevy S10 at 3:10.46. And then the Rampage. Also, Jonathan Payne, #3 at 3:05 and 78. 1 to go. All right, fans, so the final truck of our two-wheel drive class fires up. as Jeremy Nelson will bring the 41 Dodge to the start line, the Midnight Gambler. All right, another one of the trucks that had already been down the track already. Jeremy going to go over to that right sideline one more time. So Jeremy came into the night number 6 in points, looking to move on up here. 2011 points champion. All right, slack out of the chain. Here we go. Final truck of the night, the Midnight Gambler, Jeremy Nelson. Gonna take a big swing at it. Dad leading the class. And looks like going to come up a little bit short here. Now you fans saw the header pipes right there, shooting some ducks right there, a couple cylinders not firing. So 299.90, 299.90 for Jeremy Nelson. Will complete the class here with the Midnight Gambler. And looks like he will take over that number 5 spot to fill out the class here tonight. So we'll get the numbers in here and we'll get you our top 5 finishers in our super modified 2-wheel drive class. All right, so I think we got the numbers all sorted out down here. Number 5 spot. So yeah, we didn't have them right there originally. But Bethany Nelson will finish up in the number 5 spot with Sweet Revenge. Number 4 tonight will go to Michael White with The Addiction. 3rd spot tonight will be Jonathan Payne, the Rampage Ford. Number 2 spot will go to Jonathan Payne's 2nd truck, the Chevy S10. And our winner here tonight, Dale Nelson with the Forever Hooked Ford, will take the big win here tonight in Goshen. So fans, let's give all our 2-wheel drive competitors a nice round of applause. So Dale Nelson will pick up his 2nd career victory here on the PPL circuit. Ironically, his first one coming here in Goshen back in 2021. So congratulations to Dale as we will now move on into our mini rod class here tonight and finish out the program here tonight at the 152nd annual Elkhart County Fair. fans, so we've got the weight transfer machine all traded out down there on the start line as we will pick up here with the mini rod class. We're starting the class over. We had the weather situation there, so we saw those earlier runs. Unfortunately, going to start the class over here. So as we take a look at our sheet here, we should have 12, and we'll see how many will make their way back here to the start line.
So it was an interesting line out there tonight. It seemed like everybody was vying for all that space out there by the right sideline. And did it help you, Dale, tonight that you were kind of a little bit later in the class to kind of see what was going on out there and kind of get a feel for the setup that you needed?
Most definitely, it helped a bunch. You know, got to watch the boys a little bit, so got a little information from them this time. So.
Yeah, there are a ton of you, and I know you guys share a lot of that information, and that helps. And, you know, it's still Nelson coming home on top tonight.
That's right. That's the main thing. So they'll be out to kick my butt tomorrow night. So.
And I don't think you'd want it any other way.
No. If we didn't have the competition, wouldn't be here.
That's right. Congratulations on a great win tonight.
Thank you very much.
Fans, so 2,050-pound mini rods back on the track here, 575 cubic inches. Basically, same edge you just saw. So Jordan Nelson will bring out the cash cow entry. Oh, yeah. That's a big run right there, fans. Jordan Nelson laying one down here. $351.11, fans. Let's give him a nice round of applause. $351.11. What a run for the cash cow here tonight. He take that run, no doubt. Now that tractor currently sitting number 5 here in the points coming into tonight. So 351 and 11. We'll get it started. right, so Todd Boltman, Zeeland, Michigan, should be up next year in the Stress Relief Mini. Logan Stevens with the Wheatland Express will follow out of Lewisburg, Kansas. And then we'll have Tyler Slaw, Show No Mercy, our next three up here in the mini class. All right, here we go, fans. Next up, Mini Rod, Class Todd Boltman, Zeeland, Michigan, and the Stress Relief Mini. Of course, Todd, the owner and proprietor of TRB Machine, builds a lot of components and chassis for these mini rods. Todd currently sitting at number 10 spot in points going into tonight's show. Points going into tonight's show. All right, fans, so Todd Boltman with the Stress Relief Mini, he'll go 250.01. Oh, got to hop it out there. A tough ride for him. Fans, let's give him a nice round of applause. Todd Boltman out of Zeeland, Michigan. One of three minis we'll see here tonight out of the state of Michigan. So Logan Stevens will be up next here with the Wheatland Express, first of his two entries. And Tyler Slaw will follow with the Show No Mercy. And then Haley Carrender, the Hurricane Haley tractor out of Indiana. She'll be number 3 up here. All right, fans, so Logan Stevens with the Wheatland Express. He will be up next here, runs a couple of mini rods here on the PPL circuit. Comes in here tonight, number 6 with this particular ride. Logan, a second-generation puller here in Lewisburg, Kansas. Dad ran a modified years ago. Actually, I think they said they still have that modified. Also a two-wheeler over the years. Logan settling himself in, running this mini class. But right now, Jordan Nelson, he's our current leader, and he's way out there, 351 and 11 with the cash cow. All right, here we go. The Wheatland Express out of Kansas. Well, we saw the Hogs earlier. They took the big win out of Kansas in our light super stock class. Here we go. Oh, yeah, good run right there. Earlier, they took the big win out of Kansas in our light super stock class. Down a good one. Here we go. He's going to be out there. All right, so the numbers will come in for the Wheatland Express. Logan Stevens. Oh, 351.71. Fans, new leader. Wow. Laid down a shot there, 351.71. He'll take over that number 1 spot. So Tyler Slaw, Zeeland, Michigan, will be up next here with the Show No Mercy. Haley Carrender, the Hurricane Haley, will follow. And then Peter Norton's Category 1. Our next 3 minis coming up. All right, so moving along here in our mini rod class, presented by SCS Gearbox. As Tyler Slaw, Zeeland, Michigan, will bring out the Show No Mercy quarter scale entry. Now, this is currently the national points leader here in the mini class. Now, Tyler doing the driving for Dad. Bruce had a pretty severe accident this past winter in the snowmobile and hasn't gotten back behind the wheel here of his mini. So Tyler's been campaigning both the tractors on the circuit. So be up here next with Dad's tractor. His will be down a little bit further in the field here tonight. course, you fans that may recognize Tyler, of course, on the No Practice podcast every couple weeks. I'll have a new show. But right now, 3:51.71, the mark to beat here in our mini class. The Wheatland Express, Logan Stevens, our leader. All right, Tyler, he's going to get down there. And we will see here. Is he in the pay dirt? 3:51 and 71. Right now, that's our lead distance. Jordan Nelson sits number 2 with the cash cow at 3:51 and 11. All right, Tyler, he's going to get down there. All right, fans, so the pull distance comes in for Tyler Slaw, 3:49 and 56. 3:49 and 56. So that will put him number 3 right now. As Haley Carrender, Newcastle, Indiana, will be up next here with Hurricane Haley. All right, so Hurricane Haley, next tractor up here. Haley Carrender, Newcastle, Indiana, just east of the Indianapolis area. Haley coming into tonight's event number 9, currently in the PPL points. All right, so Haley's got the tractor fired up. Now, she took over the driving of this tractor a few years back, and Brad had been doing the driving on it, and just like anything, Haley took over the wheel there, and she hasn't looked back. Well, we thank you, fans, for hanging on here tonight. We got a few more tractors left to go as this mini rod class heating up here. As we finish out the 152nd edition here of the Elkhart County Fair. A tractor and truck pull action here on a Thursday night. Haley's got the slack out of the chain. We'll get Brad in that support vehicle. Take a look at the support vehicle, fans. The smart car makes its way down to the end of the track here. Hang on to her. All right, here we go. Hurricane Haley. All right, here we go. Good run for Hurricane Haley. So the pull distance will come in at 335.08, 335.08. And looks like that will put Haley number 4 here. So category 1, Peter Norton up next here out of Franklin, Indiana. Mike Evans will follow with the It's No Joke. And then we got Logan Stevens coming on back here with his second tractor, the Kansas Twister. Fans, so new venture here for Peter Norton in 2025. Couple mini rods in his shop out of Franklin, Indiana, just south of Indianapolis. This one, category 1, he calls it. We saw him make a test run earlier before our weather came in here. That tractor will be a little bit further down in our field, the Little Hurricane. But this one here, the category 1. Of course, Peter has driven Super Farm tractors, Pro Stock tractors over the years. Actually got a Pro Mod that he's been working to get out on the track. All right, so Peter Norton, Franklin, Indiana, with the category 1. Yeah, good run there for Peter Norton, but I want to say right about that 150-foot mark, I think we launched a spark plug into orbit. All right, fans. Well, we thought Jeremy Nelson was driving, and we've been confirmed that he was driving. So 344 and 22. 344 and 22 for Jeremy Nelson with the category 1. With the category 1. Yeah, good run there for Peter Norton, but I want to say right about that 150-foot mark, I think we launched a spark plug into orbit. All right, so 344 and 22 for Jeremy Nelson. We'll put him number 4 here in our class of minis. Mike Evans up next here with the It's
All right,
No
fans.
Joke.
Well, we
Johnson
thought
Creek,
Jeremy
Wisconsin.
Nelson was driving, and
Logan Stevens, Kansas Twister, and Tyler Slaw with his second tractor, Have No Mercy. All right, fans, so here we go. Our lone turbocharged entry in the class here. Mike Evans out of Johnson Creek, Wisconsin. He calls it It's No Joke. Now, all the tractors we've seen thus far in this class have been supercharged. This one, couple turbos up on top of this engine. Totally different combination. Been working on this tractor last couple of years. Here we go. It's no joke. All right, fans, was on a pass here tonight. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Mike Evans, the twin turbocharged entry. Here we go. It's no joke. Kind of came crashing down pretty hard there on that left front. 256 and 52. The distance 256 and 52 for the It's No Joke Mike Evans at twin turbocharged entry, and he's getting her. He's been working on her. Real good run here tonight. All right, so we'll make our way back to Kansas with Logan Stevens, our current leader. Now he's out front with the Wheatland Express at 351.71. Jordan Nelson sits number 2 with the Cash Cow at 351.11. And then Tyler Slaw in that number 3 spot at 349 and 56 currently with the Show No Mercy quarter scale. So this time around, the Kansas Twister and Logan Stevens. Tyler Slaw will follow with Have No Mercy. Then we'll go back to the top of the class here with Peter Norton's Little Hurricane. So Logan Stevens, his second entry here. This one, the Kansas Twister. This is a new ride back in 2024. Currently sits number 8 in the points with this ride. Right now, he's leading the class with his other tractor. Right now, he's leading the class with his other tractor. All right, fans, so the numbers come in here for Logan Stevens with the Kansas Twister at 3:04 and 52. 3:04.52. And looks like we'll put him just outside of that top 5 here tonight. But still leading the class with his other entry, the Wheatland Express at 3:51.71. As we still got 4 to go here. Tyler Slaw will have his second entry here, the Have No Mercy. Now this is his own ride. The tractor currently sits number 2 in the points here. Coming into this grueling weekend for the pullers. Of course, they'll be running tomorrow down in Evansville with these minis as well, and Saturday down in Altamont, Illinois. Now, earlier tonight, Tyler laid down a real good run with Dad's tractor, 3:49.56. He currently sits number 3 with that one. Well, let's see if he can put it all together here tonight with his own ride, the Have No Mercy. Like we say, sitting number 2 here in the points. Now here for the mini rods. They've only run one event. Tyler was the winner last week over on Dad's tractor in Henry, Illinois. So this is hook number 2 here for the minis. Here we go. Oh, what do you think, fans? Did he do it? All right, we will see what the numbers come up. Here we go. 3:51.71 is our mark to beat here in the mini class. $344 and 83. 344.83. And looks like that will put Tyler in that number 4 spot here. So number 4. So sits number 3 and number 4 with his 2 entries here tonight. Fans, he's got his helmet off. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Tyler Slaw, Zeeland, Michigan. No doubt the best hair in pulling. So 344 and 83 for Tyler Slaw as we will go back to the top of the class here with Peter Norton's Little Hurricane. looks like 3 to go here. Our mini class here tonight. All right, so here we go. Second of the Peter Norton minis. We saw Jeremy Nelson pilot the Category 1. He's at number 5 spot here at 3:44 and 22. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good. We'll shut down the Little Hurricane. We see our event director, John Mears, going to make his way down towards the Little Hurricane there in the staging lanes. All right, so word is going to drop. Peter Norton going to drop in the class here. Not too many to drop. So we should have Jordan Nelson up next, and then Tanner Nelson. That will be it. All right, we got one left to go. So just one to drop here. So Peter Norton, we've been informed Jordan Nelson is a scratch. All right, so with Peter Norton dropping here, we'll move into the next position as Tanner Nelson is supposed to be our final tractor in the class, so we'll move him up a half past midnight. All right, fans, so Tanner Nelson makes his way out on the track here, half past midnight. A joint venture between brothers Jared and Jeremy Nelson. Now, the brothers had been sharing the driving duties until Tanner became of age, and then he became the official driver here of the half past midnight. Been doing a really good job. We saw a nice run for him earlier here tonight. Here we go. Tanner Nelson, half past midnight, 3:51.71. Uh-oh. All right, here we go. Track's clear. Oh, yeah, how about that run? He definitely got a hold of it here. Now, the big question, 351.71 is what he had to beat. Distance comes in at 359.66, new leader. So Tanner Nelson zooms into that number one spot here, 359.66. Oh, yeah, how about that run? All right, the Young Guns looking strong here tonight. Tanner takes over the number one spot, 359.66. We'll put Logan down in the number two spot here with the Wheatland Express at 351.71. All right, so it all comes down to our final tractor here, Peter Norton, the Little Hurricane. Now, this is the one that just dropped. Having trouble getting that tractor fired up here. So one to go. All right, fans, there's our current leader walking back towards the start line. Let's give him a nice round of applause. All right, so we're waiting. The Little Hurricane, will it fire? I would have to say at this point he is on the clock. All right, we see the crew down there feverishly working. Fans just waiting to finish out this 2,050-pound mini rod class here, brought to you by SCS Gearbox. Well, we thank you, fans, for hanging in there tonight as we wait for our final tractor here. A lot of folks down there working on getting this tractor up and going. So once again, fans, we're still waiting here. See if Peter Norton get that tractor fired up. A little hurricane. So they tell us once again he is on the clock down there. All right, fans, so still waiting to hear word down from trackside. All right, so we got somewhat of a report to say issue with the starter, possibly, and just waiting further confirmation here. Our updated top 5 here in our mini class here tonight. Tanner Nelson, of course, our new leader, half past midnight at 3:59.66. And boy, we're almost there, aren't we? We're almost half past midnight, 11:30. Number 2 spot right now, we've got Logan Stevens, the Wheatland Express, 3:51 and 71. Number 3, Jordan Nelson with the Cash Cow, 3:51 and 11. 4th spot belongs to Tyler Slaw, the Show No Mercy, at 3:49 and 56. And Tyler Slaw again filling out that top 5 with the Have No Mercy at 3:44 and 83. All right, so we got a report. He is coming. So he will make the final run of the night here. All right, so we got the update issue with the drive shaft there. They had to take the shielding coupler or the covering off there and slide the drive shaft ahead. So they had lost a bolt out of the drive shaft. So they got that fixed. So here we go. Final tractor of the night, the Little Hurricane. Peter Norton out of Franklin, Indiana. Boy, they were cutting it close down there. Of course, they were on the clock, and they did get it fixed. So here we go, fans. Rookie here in the mini rod class. I don't think rookie means anything out there. Tanner Nelson, he's a rookie. He just took over that #1 spot here. So final tractor of the night. A Little Hurricane, Peter Norton. All right, track is clear. Here we go. All right, he gave it a good shot, fans. Let's give a nice round of applause. Our final tractor of the night here, Peter Norton. A Little Hurricane got her fixed, made his run. So 318.38 will be the distance. 318 and 38 officially will be the distance for Peter Norton here tonight. As that will conclude tonight's program.